Hey everyone, and welcome in. So, today we will be working more on our neural net. We'll work on our delta rule. I was giving some thought to what I commented on yesterday with regards to the fact that our, I'm blanking on the word. Our utility might need to be a class. I'm seeing some potential issues with that. I'm also thinking about the thing that I stopped at yesterday where I was like, I'm not sure how we're going to pass this data. And what I'm thinking we're going to do is actually end up creating a structure that stores all the data, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of arguments we're passing, and that's just nightmarish. We have to do it once for one thing, and we can pass that one thing that has all that information in, then that is what we'll use. In addition, we'll do the game engine tutorial, which I'll post a link for, the exact spot that we're starting at in the video. I think it's we're in the 5th video. In the chat, but there is in the description below, there is a link to the series we're following for that. Go check it out. Make sure to subscribe, give them some likes, and all that fun jazz, because we are following somebody else's tutorial for the game engine portion of this. And again, for those of you new here, what we're doing is we're going to do 3 or 4 of those tutorials. I don't mean videos of those tutorials. We're going to do 3 or 4 complete tutorials, and then we are going to make our own version of a game engine, not following any tutorial. We're using this to see what people have done, what logic people are using, the processes people are using, and all that fun jazz. From there, we move on to actually, making your own, as I said. Alright, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button down below. It really does help the channel out. And if you're not already subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button as well. It helps this channel more than you can possibly realize, I think, unless you already do YouTube. And if you want to make sure that you get notifications, make sure to hit that notify bell. And of course, if you want to take your support a bit further and you have a bit of extra money, consider becoming a Patreon sponsor. For my normal tutorials on Unreal Engine, Patreon sponsors get early access to the videos, and at upper tiers, get instant access to all projects that I'm doing on YouTube as I'm doing them. At other tiers, you get access once the project is completed on YouTube, or I've abandoned the project. I say that last one because the original RTS series got abandoned due to, well, the computer dying and me losing the recording files and not wanting to undo my work and re-record everything. There is a new RTS series coming out. It is a remaster series. It is an Unreal 5. So if you want early access to that, Patreon members already have early access to Section 1, and I recorded all of Section 2 already, and Section 3 is partway recorded. The sections are camera and custom movement, where we actually have a slightly better system than the original one. Section 2 is the same as before with our game time. Again, it's been updated. Section 3 is not units this time. It's actually going to be construction, and we have a bit more of a dynamic system where buildings actually, well, progressively get more built. Instead of just going from the preview version to the completed version, we have, here's a floor, here's some walls, here's some more walls, here's the start of the roof, and the roof is finished kind of thing. Alright, all of that said, let's make a start with our neural network. Sorry, the camera didn't turn on. So here we are inside of our neural network. This is our read-in file, or our utility for reading in all of the content that we're working on. So I just realized that I didn't actually do the one that I wanted to do in that video, or the one that we need to do for this, which is our build. And so I'm going to very quickly do that down here. And first we have to declare it in here. So what we need to do is we need to create a new method, and this will build and return single data output. So we have a structure called data up here. So we're going to return data. It will be of type build, or not type build, it will be called build. We'll pass into it a f path, so our file path. We will have a const uint32t for our number of inputs, and we'll likewise have one for our number of outputs as well. All right, so when we declare this, I know we're going to run into... When we define this, I know we're going to run into an issue, so I'm just going to grab that really quickly before I define it. And let's go ahead and define this thing. Okay, so we have the error there. So what we need to do is actually add the namespace around the data type. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is we are going to first declare a pointer to a file that we'll call file. And then we are going to use, I'm just going to use the standard sort of naming of things here. And we're going to use fopenS. And this is the, I mentioned in the last stream that, oh, we're going to look at some of the difference between C and C++. You can use fopen in C and now Visual. You could do it in C++, but you run into some potential problems. So we're going to use fopenS. And we're going to pass in the reference, if I can find the right key, there we go, to file. We're going to pass in our fpath. And we're going to pass in, we're going to set the mode to read only. That's what the R stands for. So that's the mode there. And if you're not sure what the different modes are, you can go to the documentation from Microsoft on this. Let me just get that open on a different screen really quickly and bring it over for you. So here's Chrome. I'm just going to type that in. And if we go to the Microsoft document, and we scroll down just a bit, there we are. We have our different access types. So we're using read. Now, so we can either use read plus, the file must exist, but we're not going to be writing. So that's why we're just using R instead of R plus. Welcome in, 3D artist Indy. How are you doing today? And, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there for half a second. So what we do next is, well, besides putting a semicolon there to terminate the end of that, is we need to check if this file is actually null. This is sort of our making sure everything is fine here. And if it is null, we are going to return an error. So we're going to print F, and then we're going to do could not open, and then we're going to pass in the name of the file for the path, and we're going to do fpath here. And then we're going to do another warning line of print F, and dataset does not exist. Thanks, Trend. I was wondering why I wasn't typing. It took a moment for that to pop up. And then we exit out of the program. Right. So that is part one. I'm fine. Hope you're doing well. Just curious about your work. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll hopefully have some answers. For the neural network, just so you're aware, I've built neural networks before. I'm just trying new designs out and seeing what structures and things I can get away with and how I can optimize it in different ways. So I've actually written a course on Udemy for this topic. It's not public yet. I'm still actually recording some of the stuff. And I actually might bring some of this stuff over to that. So once we've done that, we need to actually get our lines. And so we've built that lines bit up here. So we're going to use const uint32t because, you know, that's what it's returning. And we're going to do rows is equal to, and then we're going to call in lines, and then we're going to pass the file over there. Right, so then we do data, and we're actually going to do, well, let's see if we can get away without using the namespace really quickly. And then I believe, I'm just going to double check what I called it, end data, yep. So we're going to use end data, and we pass in the number of inputs in, and the number of outputs in. And then we pass in, because remember the third argument is rows in. Well, we've just got our rows right here. So we're going to pass in rows there. Hey, Sam. How you doing, man? Welcome in. But yeah, no, 3D artists, if you do have any questions, feel free to let me know. I check the chat every few minutes. Sometimes I do miss stuff, so, you know, just be aware. So we're going to loop through this, and we're going to read in the lines and then parse the data. So we're going to do for, and then we use size t, I is 0, I is less than the number of rows we're looking at, and then we increment through I. Increment I as we go through the loop body. You know what I'm trying to say. I say that every time, and this is the first time I've actually stumbled on that and questioned my wording. So we're going to use a character pointer, and we're going to call this line. And we're going to do read line, and we have to pass in our file to it. So basically, everything we wrote yesterday, this is actually what's using it. This is what's implementing those functions to make sure that it's working correctly. So once we've read it in, we've got the lines, we've read the lines. We now need to actually store that data. So we have to parse it first. Because remember, we're taking, say, 256, I'm still thinking about the simian data set, rows for input and 10 rows for output, or columns. 256 columns for input and 210 columns for output. And we're putting them on a single sort of header line there, right? We need to parse which part we're reading in our data goes where. And what we're doing to parse this is we're going, okay, we know how many of this set of data. Let me just get the simian data on screen so we can actually take a look at it together, so it makes a bit more sense. Give me 1 second to figure out where I have put that. There we go. So remember, here is our data set, and it's so long that it doesn't wrap properly. Every second line is 1 bit of the variable that we're looking at, right? So, you're welcome, by the way, Sam. So remember that there are 256 inputs in here, and there are 10 outputs. So if we scroll all the way to the right here, here are our 10 outputs. So these 256 floats or doubles represent the pixel that we're looking at, where 0 is white and 1 is black. And the output represents what number these pixels have been drawn to represent. So, for example, these first two, and also all of these, all of these, it's really hard to track this, actually. Let me just put some spaces here so I can see it better. And don't worry, I'm not going to save this file, because, yeah. So up into right here, this one, took me a moment. So where I put that space, all these numbers up here represent 0, and different ways for people to write the number 0. So what we're doing when we parse is we're not only parsing this value from this value, we're also checking where in our number of inputs are we. So we say to the system, because we know there are 256, hey, you have 256 inputs, you have 10 inputs. We loop through, and as we loop through, we're checking, is the number we're at. So remember, our loop size is 256 plus 10. So we have 266 iterations in that loop. And it goes, all right, am I at an iteration that's less than our input amount? If I am, then it goes into an input area in our data set. If I'm not, then we store that in the output area. Hey, welcome in, LM. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Chica, I'm still mad at you for your comment on Chicago pizza. Sacrilege. Such sacrilege, you savage. Sorry about that. For anyone who doesn't know, I am originally from Chicago, even though I live in the UK. Ignore the wording there. And if you've seen West Wing, you know what's with Chicago or Chicagoans? Every time I meet a Chicagoan, they're so proud to tell me they're from Chicago, but none of them live in Chicago. So we're parsing the data between each of those, and if it's input or output. That's all I was gonna say, and make sure I don't hit save, because yikes. So we need to parse that data now, and to parse it, what we're going to do, of course, is call up our parse function, and we're going to pass into it data that we've just created. And we're going to pass into it line and the current index we're at in our loop. And then we're going to free. We're going to use free, sorry. You're not going to use the... Give me 1 second. I just want to double check something. Yeah, we're just going to free memory up from line, so we clear that out of our memory. And then we're going to close, F-close our file. Sorry, if you don't know, if you're new here, I have a problem with my E key on this keyboard where for some reason, every so often it puts 2 E's in. And then of course, we're going to return data. Okay, there we go. So we create our data set here and we're returning it down here. I meant to do that last time. Sorry, I kind of forgot about that one. Blame Lord of the Rings? I will not blame Lord of the Rings, you heathen savage. I don't care if it was a meme. You chose to share it. You get blamed. Alright, so now that we've done that, we can close that out for a moment. We aren't ready to bring in the data yet, but I haven't decided quite how we're going to actually store that, because right now we're just passing the data out somewhere. We need a place to store it, and I am still torn on what I'm going to do with that. Now, what I want to do, what I didn't do yesterday, what I was hopeful we would do, is, sorry. I got distracted by my phone alerting me or something. Okay, I will deal with that later. I have 2 alerts I actually do need to take care of. So what I want to do today is continue to work on our delta rule. Because we still have a lot to do there. Sorry, I'm just closing out some random things I had open. Oh yeah, so here's my notes about the class thing. As I said, I think there might be an issue with my idea. And as I mentioned at the start, I want to make a struct for passing in the settings now, which this will change from enums now to something else. But we can talk about that later. All right, so we still have in our delta rule, let me get the header next to it. Well, we're gonna have another constructor, as I mentioned. We can't do that one yet, and that's just simply because, sorry if you heard the chair squeaking as I rolled forward. That's simply because I haven't determined, again, how we're actually going to store that data. That's fine, at least for now. We will have to make that decision before we test our learning set, and we'll also have to make that decision about that structure thing to address, and also the class thing, to address, my display there is main, to address what we were doing here, because we still haven't actually set this up. I mean, if we run it right now, we're gonna get some weird things, but it should still be fine. So, we have, sorry, I'm gonna look at my notes at the top here. 2 inputs. We have 3 hidden layers, each that has 2, each using sigmoid. Oh, sorry, 2. And if you don't know why I'm typing sigmoid in different ways, it's to demonstrate that our compare strings are actually working. Because otherwise this would error out and tell us we haven't inputted a proper value. And then we have 1 prediction, and we're gonna use linear for it. I didn't put this on my notes. Yes, linear. Sorry, it is up there. And then if we just hit, actually hang on, let me just scroll down to see what happens if we do this. Because I can't remember what I actually wrote in the code, what we finished out doing. Okay, so I'm gonna hit 1 just so we can see that, and then it still runs. We haven't set anything up. However, oh yeah, no, it's, yeah, because it's still waiting for us to type things in. However, that space can go away. All right, let's close that out, and I'm just gonna quickly save everything. So, so as I said, we're gonna go back to our delta rule, and we have set up our set overall general error, our overall error, and our calc new weights. Now, I have a feeling that we paused on our calc new weights. However, I do believe that this one is done. We don't need to worry about these constructors. Set general error, I believe we have finished. Yes, we have. We'll have to decide what we're going to do for the hover, but I haven't made a decision, and the n degrees. I have a lurking feeling that n degrees actually is going to be 1, but I'll test that out just to double check. We've done our general overall, which should mirror up to that one, except for we're doing different methods in each of those. So our calc new weights, yeah, we're not done with this yet. And that we can't work on until I make that decision around how we're going to store the data. So right now we only have the online mode, and we do it in a batch, then we need to actually store the data somewhere. And again, we'll make that decision probably sometime during this week as I do a little bit more prep for that Udemy course that I'm writing. So instead of doing new weights, we're actually going to have an overload on that one. We'll take care of the overload later. We need to consider our the actual training of our network. So we're going to do our training function today. And this is going to be, of course, in the public scope. It returns nothing, so we have a void. And, sorry, I'm just going to put some notes in. Calculates the new weights during training for the network. Update 2. Uses learning rate. Alright. Runs training paradigm. So this is going to be train. It's going to return nothing. So let's go ahead and actually define this function. All right. Interesting. So I'm just waiting to see if that error goes away here. Okay, hopefully it will in a moment. So what we want to do is first see if, so this is the delta rule, and if you remember, we have this bit here. Well, we're going to do something very similar this time. And I'm just gonna see where we're getting that from, because I can't remember if I store it anywhere. Okay. Give me 1 second. Clearly, I do. Am I just blind and not seeing it in here? What the? We're not inheriting from it. How are you? This is what I don't like about doing live streams, by the way, is every so often I forget where I've done things because I'm not prepping it out the same way I normally do for recording. Learning paradigm, yeah. I'm an idiot. I know where we're getting it from. We're inheriting all of that. That's all something that's gonna be in the learning actual the master. So if we go in there, there's our neural net. So we are storing a neural net. That's one thing I wanted to double check. Jesus, special moment there for me. So what we do for this in our train is we need to, again, check how many layers there are, in particular the hidden layers. So what I'm going to do is if, and then I'm going to get our neural net. Hang on. Sorry, it gave me the option for layer for a second. Oh, that's the class. No, I want neural net. Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't the class. And then we're going to do, and I believe this is a pointer. It is. Okay. So we're going to do get number of hidden layers and we're going to check, is this greater than 0? If it is, then we are just going to take the error we gave earlier and paste into a log or print into a log, hey, you can't use this. It doesn't work with our setup. So if we get past that, then we are going to use, again, a very similar approach as we did here. We're going to switch. So I'm going to use switch. And then I'm going to switch on our nope, not activation method. Sorry, I also want the macro to work correctly, so I'm going to get rid of that. We're switching on, you know what, we're just going to look at this version. On our learning mode. Thanks, Trend. If you can't tell, I'm being sarcastic when that thing pops up. So this is learning mode, which did not give me what I wanted either. I really want this macro to work. Just really quickly double checking what I've named learning mode. Give me in here. Oh, it's e-learning mode. Cool. Okay, so we'll try that macro one more time. If it doesn't work, then I will do it by hand. E-learning mode. Okay, I lied. We're gonna do it one more time with I actually not messing it up myself. Really? Come on. There we go. And then, of course, we can't actually use that, so what we're using is our learning mode without the E. Cool. All right, so we have online and batch. So for online, what we'll do is we'll just come in and quickly set epoch to 0. We'll then set a index variable we'll use called k to 0. We'll update current record to 0. And then we'll use forward and then k. And then did we set that up yet? Yes, we did. Okay. So what we'll do is if and then b print training. And well, I haven't set this up, so we'll come back to this. Okay. Else, well, not else. This is just literally for debugging or checking our own work when we're actually implementing. All right. So once we have that done, what we're going to do is we're going to do a while loop and iterate through our epochs. So we'll do while our number of epochs is less than our max epochs, and this is the catch here. We don't want to overtrain the network. So remember, overtraining and undertraining or underfitting are the things. So let me just see if I can get something up on screen for this. So neural networks overtraining. And I just want to see if I can find a nice image of this. So I want a 3-line version of this so we can actually take a look at it in a nicer way. Let me take a look at this one. No, that's not right. Okay. All right, so we'll just use this. So if we take a look at this image really quickly, let me just go full screen on it. Here's our error, and we always start with a high error. Whenever you start a new network, it will have high error. That is expected and kind of wanted. And what we're doing is while we're training, we're seeing how well does it read that data. So remember that simian data, we know what the answers are to each of the entries we have there. And the network can be told, hey, are you right or are you wrong? Now, let's say we did this with, so many times that it knew the training data perfectly. That it was great with it. Well, we might have actually overtrained the network. We might have made it too rigid. And we get this top line of error here. And what's happening is, if there's noise, it's going, well, that isn't that number I expected, it's something else, and we get error. So we can overtrain, and when we have noise, it doesn't work as well. When we undertrain, or we're getting down here, which I don't think this is a good example, but when we underfit our data, it is not able to recognize things as well. So we're getting false negatives when we overtrain and false positives when we undertrain. You like visuals? Welcome in, K-Beard. How are you doing today, man? So there are so not only do we want to go, are we under our max epochs, but are we in a limit of tolerance? So if I bring up the Udemy code I have, just as an example, give me 1 second to go over to the correct file or folder. And I'm going to use a prep code, which is a little bit farther than where I am in the recording for that series. I can show you another example of this. Now, the training in here is bad training, but it was meant to teach the concept of training. So if we go into our main run training network, that's what we're looking for. So we have this variable called tolerance, we have this thing called step amount, and somewhere in here we should have something called generations. I think we actually might set that by hand somewhere. Yeah, number of generations. So number of generations in this case is epochs, because I learned it when I learned about training when I was doing just general machine learning, not when I was doing neural nets, and it's called generations when you're looking at, say, the genetic algorithm. So I will sometimes switch between the two, calling it generation or epochs, but what have you. So there's number of generations, actually right there, I'm blind. Step amount is our training rate, and tolerance is that thing that I was just talking about a moment ago. And so what we do is we iterate through the number of trainings, but once we hit tolerance, we stop updating that weight in this version. Sorry, let me just go down here. So here's actually where we do the training. So we check over in range of our tolerance. Now, because I'm using negative numbers in this version, we have to use an or statement there, but we're looping through this during our, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. So we check our tolerance, and then we update based on what generation we're at. I'm just trying to figure out where I put that. I'm going to cheat a tiny bit because I can't remember where I put that now. We're just going to control F that. Oh, so yeah, there it is. It's the wrapper here. So we might still be going through each of the iterations we might still be doing our epochs. We might have not reached our max number of epochs yet, but we might not be updating the weight if we're within tolerance. Now this again is a very bad training model I have in here. It was just a demonstration piece to explain how backpropagation works for that course that I wrote. Let me just close this out. Good morning brew and sketches. I mean, I've already had 2 of my own morning brew. We're meant to make another one before we started, and then I realized at the time, like, I don't have time for one. God dang it. All right, so to do this, what we're going to do is, sorry, I'm trying to get my notes back up on screen. There we go. So what we're going to do for this is we're going to check if our overall general error, so if we go back here, we have this overall general error is less than, well, I start my day with a monster and toast, ain't got time for things to brew. I mean, Monster is, okay, I love Monsters, everyone knows. Like, I was drinking it on stream yesterday. But I just can't do it early in the morning. So we're going to check, is our general overall error greater than our min overall error, which I believe we declare in our learning master. Yep, there we go. So if we are over, well, this is our tolerance. This is where we go, okay, that's an error that I'm fine having. And if we are over it, then we need to continue. So we need to know, are we under the number of max epochs, and are we over our tolerance limit? And we're storing where we're at with our overall general error. And we want to know, is this greater than our min overall error? All right, if it is, then we are going to increment our epochs. We're going to go to the next epoch, or say we're going to go to the next epoch. And then what we're going to do is we're going to update the weights for we're going to take our new weights and apply them. Now, we haven't read the application function yet, sorry. That's why I paused, like, should we write that? And now I'm just going to double check, because calculate, get epochs, set epochs, learning rate paradigm. No, we haven't written into the application one, so we'll have to do that today as well. So we'll do for size T. That E error, man, it's gonna drive me up the wall. Also, me typoing is gonna drive me up the wall. Actually, I'm gonna do this as J, just so I have it in the order in which I prefer it. So if size, so we're gonna check, is J less than our number of outputs? So we're gonna get our neural network again, and we are going to do get and then we will increment J. Oh, it's a pointer. Get number of output. Output, really? Swear I hit the right thing. Neurons. There we go. NOS is better, or NOS is better. This is the first time I've had the concept of tolerance, stroke, overtraining, and undertraining. I figured there were bounds, but never heard them or seen them applied. Yeah, so, there is actually a really good article on it I read while I was prepping the Udemy courses. What I do for the, when I do teaching in general, unless I know the topic, not the topic, unless I know the research inside and out, and I know who's saying what, when, why, and where, what I will do is I'll look at current research and give that as reading, no matter what the class is. Again, unless it's an area I specifically do my own research in and thus know what other researchers are saying. If I can find the article, I'll send it to you on Discord. But it's this brilliant bit about, on self-driving cars and things like that, how in a fuzzy system that's overtrained, the issues that can come from it. So, sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, the reason why I said give me 1 second is I just realized I'm reading my notes on my batch training and not my online training. So, let me just double check that I've done this in the right way. We need to set epochs, yep. We need to set K, yep. That's the same in both. Current records, yep. Forward K, yep. Print, that doesn't relate to it. This one, we get rid of this because we are online, we're not batching it. Okay. Yep, that stays the same for both of them. Its order is IJ, or XIJ. So, yep, we're in the right order. Sorry, I'm just, again, double checking things. Okay, so we need our next loop, because remember, we're working with 2D vectors here. So it's going to be for size T, and this one's going to be I. And then we're going to pass in, we're going to check, is I less than or equal to? And then we're going to do our neural net, which would be helpful if I spelled it right. And from here, we're going to get from our neural net the number of inputs. So get number of input Cool. Apparently we didn't set that up. So let's pop open our network. And we want the header. There we go. It would help if I click the right thing. One of those mornings, yo. One of those mornings, even though it's afternoon here. We don't want the values. You want the number. I swear I did this. Set inputs, network calculation, get outputs, get singular output, get output, get number of output neurons, get the number, or get output neurons, number of inputs. That is a mouthful. Get hidden number of neurons, get number of hidden layers, get number of hidden neurons per layer, get hidden neurons, number of inputs, get output neuron, get input itself. Okay, apparently we haven't done this, so it's gonna be inline. And we want the number of inputs, which I believe we are storing as a uint. So uint 32t, get number of inputs. And of course it'll be const, return number of inputs. Okay. So we want to get number of inputs, and then we of course will increment I as we go through the loop body. All right, so now that we have our setup for our 2D structure done, or our 2D vector, or technically it's in a, okay, code wise it's in a, actually it's a vector in both cases. Like, I'm just trying to figure out a way to phrase this. Sorry, I'm just double checking that the music is staying on the DMCA free playlist I'm using. It is. So we need to update the weights. And the way we're going to do that. Sorry, I'm just checking the name of a variable before I continue speaking. In the wrong direction. Alright, I would not have done it in here, it would be in here. Oh, right there, that's what I'm looking for. It is new weights, okay. So we're gonna take our new weights. I wanna make sure we have resized it. We did, okay. Awesome. Sorry, I just needed to make sure that was actually ready for what we're about to do to it. And we're gonna do get, and, sorry, not get, at. And we're gonna start at, always at index 0 in this one. But we're gonna get, sorry, at j. And then we're going to do equals. And this will be calc new weight, and it will be layer 0, of course. It will be I, J. So if we go back up here and take a look at our new weight, we're taking the inputs for each of the neurons. Each neuron will have multiple inputs. So we have to increment the particular input to that input neuron, if that makes any sense. So if we have, let me get the prep stuff back up and actually find the slides for this. So let me just get this one open. So let's say it's this neuron. We're updating this first one right here, right? It has 1, 2, 3 inputs coming into it, right? So what we're doing here, if we look at this bit, this I is which of these blue bars are we on? The J in this setup is which of these two gray neurons are we looking at? Now, I realize this particular example I'm using doesn't work with the delta rule, but it explains the code, I think. All right, let's close that out. And I'm just gonna double check that I have done this math right. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, where is it in my prep file? Because this is something that, sorry, from my prep file, my Udemy file. This is actually something I wrote for that. You know what? Just give me a second. I want to see if there's a different way I can... That part's right. It's the math on the other part I'm not sure about. Sorry, why am I getting an error here? Oh, okay. I'm actually going to do it on a line below, just so I don't have to deal with errors. Just new weights dot at. It's always going to be that one. It is J, that I'm sure of, because we're looking at the neuron. And then it's actually, no. Yeah, that is the correct way of doing what I want to do. Just want to double check. All right, so once we've done that, sorry, I had to figure out where we were on that. Then we apply new weight, which we need to write the function for. Then we take current record and we set it equal to k plus plus, or k, or plus plus k, given that's what I wrote. And then we check if k is less than or equal to, actually we are going to come back to that later because that is our stored data that we haven't worked on yet. And let's go back up to our batch mode, or down to our batch mode. I said back up to. Okay. For batch, we need to set our epoch to 0. We're gonna forward nothing. And we will copy this bit because there's no difference there. And then we will do our while loop. So while our epochs are less than our max epochs, and again our general or overall general error is greater than our min acceptable error, so our tolerance or min overall error. Sorry, I was just double checking where the break was not in the wrong spot. It isn't. I was just having a bit of a panic there, sorry. Okay. This is one where we want to increase our epochs. And then we're going to do a for loop, so just like we did up here. So it's for size t equal size t j. We're going to keep the same order because, again, j is the neuron, or it's a slow part. And then we're going to do the same thing we did up here. You know what? I'm just going to copy these two lines. Oh, sorry, I lied. I'm going to copy, these two lines. I'm not wrong. Boom. There we go. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, there should be a semicolon there, I guess. All right, so we increment epochs because we're doing them all in a batch. Oh, also, let's take this one more time. We need to print this again at the end. I'm just double checking if I want to do it during the while loop. I do. So we'll do it down there, and we're gonna just paste that in here before I forget to do it here as well. Okay, so for our batch mode, just double checking in my head if there's any differences. No, it's not, because we're doing it in one go. It's literally the same. I don't know why I was double doubting myself there. And again, we will have our apply new weights. Once we've applied our new weights, we will then forward again. Absolutely nothing. And we go on to print. Okay, so we don't have a default in this case. There we go. Let's just build really quickly, make sure there are no errors. Oh, we do have an error. Initialize of K is skipped by case label. Okay, so we only use K in online. And only for current record. For batch, we don't use it. Why is it giving me an error? Oh, these joys for small mistakes. Where did I make this small mistake at? By the way, if you see it before I do, feel free to shout it out. So... I just am gonna double check something. You know what? I'm just gonna try something cheeky. There we go. Okay. Oh, hey, tell us. You said it literally just... Okay, I'm not sure when you said that, but thank you very much. Welcome in, by the way. I honestly just literally typed that in, turned to look at the chat, saw that you posted, read it, and went, oh. Yeah, I completely... Yeah, I realized that was probably the case, and I was like, is it thinking I'm going to try to call it down here? Alright, so we need to apply these. So let's write our application function for this. So again, this will be applying the new weights determined by train. Okay, so this is going to return nothing as well, and it is apply new weights. Sorry, I was just thinking if we need to pass any arguments in. We don't. We do, however, need to actually include the semicolon there. Cool. Let's just define this. Did it really? Okay. You normally don't do that to me. Why are you doing that to me here? Alright. So for this one, we're gonna set a local integer that's gonna store the number of hidden layers. So we're gonna do uint 32t. Hey, thanks. Excited to see how this is going. Haven't done any neural networks since university. I mean, I do it for my university work, so I've done a lot of these, but I like designing them. I don't know why. They're really fun for me to design, and I like experimentation with them. So to be fair, again, since I'm not sure how much you've heard when you came in, I've written courses on neural networks before. They're on Udemy, do them at university. And as I said, just right now, really, I really enjoy designing them. So while I have designed and run several different networks, I've worked with TensorFlow, of course. God, I hate Python sometimes. I realize TensorFlow is actually in C++, but it's a Python wrapper. I decided, hey, you know what? I want to just mess around and see what I can come up with just randomly and toss things together and see what we get. And thus this live stream. That, and if I'm going to be doing other people's tutorials, because the other part of this live stream is me doing a game engine tutorial, how to build a game engine, I'm like, you know, I should actually do something of my own as well. Thus this. Right, so I'm going to call this number of hidden. I really am getting annoyed by that E error, by the way. Number of hidden layers. And we're going to make this, set this equal to neural net. Neural net. And then from there, we are getting number of hidden layers. And then we'll do a for loop. So size t, no, wait, hang on. Because again, we're working with 2D structures. I like having these in a particular order of how I think about things. And I'm not sure how to verbalize the image that's in my head right now. It's an Excel spreadsheet. And I'm literally filling in the header row and the first column. Sorry, I'm laughing because the image is, like, describing the image is really weird. Okay, so we're going to do KJI again. So, sorry about that. 4K0. K is less than or equal to the number of hidden layers. We will, of course, then... God damn it, the E error. Sorry, I just saw the E error. It's stressing me out on so many levels. Alright, we're then going to need another 2 local variables for the number of neurons in the input layer and the output layer. So to do that, we already have the functions. I'm pretty sure we wrote those functions today and yesterday. No, not today and yesterday, today and Wednesday. We're gonna do first uint 32t, and then it's number of input neurons. We're just gonna default this out to 0 really quickly, and then number Is it the number of output neurons we need? No, we're training. I'm an idiot. No, we don't need the output neurons. It's the number of input neurons and the number of neurons in the current layer. No, that's not right either. Sorry. Ignore me for just a moment. It is the number of neurons in the layer that we are looking at and the number of inputs into that neuron, because we're updating the weights. I'm so sorry that I got that wrong until I actually sat there and walked through the logic verbally like that. Take your time, Chica. Take your time. So that is number of neurons in layer, which we will still default to 0. And then it's number of inputs in or into neuron. Right. It'd be helpful if I hit the right key again. By the way, if the music's too loud, please let me know. Also, it'd be helpful if I didn't mistype my variable name. Or type. Jesus. Okay, I need another coffee or a monster. Oh. Okay. I can't blame the COVIDs on this one. Sorry, I was just having a hard time breathing for just a moment there. We're gonna check if K is less than the number of inputs, or sorry, number of hidden layers, and we have an else for that, don't worry. So if K is less than number of hidden layers, else, sorry, let me get the brackets in first, then we'll do an else statement down here. All right, so we're gonna get the first hidden layer. So I just want to double check if I've defined that anywhere. I swear we did. That's why I'm like, I remember writing a function for this.
It's supposed to make you dance.
Huh. We did not. Right. So let's write the function. So this is going to return the hidden layer at index I. So music's good. Awesome. Thank you, Sam. Literally, that caught my periphery for some reason. That's why I flinched. Like, what? So we're going to return. And I'm just going to double check. Yeah, hidden layer. And it is get hidden layer. And reuse size ti const return hidden layer ref at I. Okay. Just gonna build really quickly and make sure I don't need to add another const there. I'm good. Okay. So for now, what we're gonna do is we're going to store it in the learning master, and we'll call it up in the delta rule, which is a child of our learning master. So we're going to set this down here, and this will be our reference to the hidden layer. And so this will be I was hopeful to do this without having to include it. I'm gonna try and think if there's a way I can include it. Or, sorry, not include it. I can't think of one. So it looks like we're gonna have to include that, and I'm just gonna drop it up here. So include, and then give me 1 second before we do this. I just want to go to our neural layer. Nope, I don't want this implementation file. I want the header file. I think we can get away by calling the parent class up. So that's what we're going to do, just to save on just a bit of functionality here. Oh, I don't want the network. I want the layers. And then I'll do the neural layer master. And we'll store this as a layer pointer. Or that's not what the name of it is it? What is it? Neural layer is the name of the class. It'd be helpful if I remembered my own class names. Neural layer. However, before we do that, wait. Okay, Harry. How? How? Where are you getting that reference from? Network. We don't need to include it. We're getting it from network. Okay. We are still going to do this as a layer, though. Or, sorry. And this will be called layer ref. And we will default this out to null pointer. Okay. Back into delta rule. So delta, remember, is inheriting from learning algorithm master. We are going to get our layer ref. And we are going to set this to be neural layer. Wait, no, not neural layer. Network. I am now blinking on my name of my variables. Neural net. So, neural net is equal, sorry, that's a pointer. And I'm gonna fix that typo before we implement that function. Okay. Now I can go back to our delta rule and do get hidden layer at index I. Actually, in this case, we're gonna just return the first one because we're in the delta rule. All right. And then we need the number of neurons in the layer. And we're going to take the number of the neurons in the layer from the actual hidden layer. So we have our layer ref. And then what we want to do is get number of neurons in layer. Okay. Then we're going to go into our next loop, which is our J loop. Sorry, going through to my head. Yeah, KJI. So for size T, J equals 0. Sorry, I'm mocking when I have that typo now. J is less than the number of neurons in the layer. We will then, of course, increment J. Sorry, if you don't know why I keep saying, we'll increment J or whatever the variable I'm using is when we get to the end of a loop, it's because when I've done nested loops before, I put the wrong value there. I put the one above it or the one below it in, and I didn't mean to, and yeah, so I just do it as a reminder to myself more than anything. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. That is due to COVID. For anyone unaware, yes, I have COVID. Try not to breathe in the air I'm breathing. Do you have any goal for the network, or are you just implementing with the flow? I am just implementing with the flow. This is honestly, I know that's a bad way to do things. So in my head, I do have a goal, and my goal is just to be able to do the hello world of neural nets. So, number recognition, which is why I keep referencing the Simian data set from UCL. Sorry, that was at the very start of the stream and partway into the first 10 minutes where I brought up the data set in and was talking about parsing the data. Because we wrote out the bit there. For this one, it's just literally I want to see what I can do to get there without actually having a fully structured plan, because I tend to find when I do code that I've done before, and I'm doing it now even, which is kind of ironic that I'm saying what I'm about to say. I tend to find that I rest on my laurels too much, and that I use approaches that I've already mastered or feel confident or comfortable with. So I'm intentionally stepping away from that and relying on my knowledge of neural networks to structure what I'm doing, and hopeful that I'll come up with something I haven't done before. I'm laughing because I know that isn't entirely accurate, and that I have actually done some of this code is very... Oh, wow. Yeah. All right, that is lovely. Sorry, gonna try to ignore the massive pain inside of my head that just came. So what is it saying? I know that it's not entirely accurate, because I know some of the things I've done in this are very similar to other things I've done previously. And I don't mean like my math utils. That's never gonna change. And I don't mean my stream utils, like how I read in files. That is just, that's standard for me. That doesn't change. What I mean is more the architecture and the setup of the network. By the way, that sharp pain I just had went away when I paused in that last sentence there, and that was just as shocking as a pain coming in. I've been subscribed to your channel for the game tutorials. Cool to slowly follow this as well. Yeah, I'm trying to expand out because, I think a lot of people, when they come to Unreal, go, oh, I'm going to use Blueprints, it's so much easier than C++. There are times in Blueprint that C++ is actually better in terms of speed and efficiency. One of my favorite examples, actually, I have an example from the new tutorial series. Let me just get it up because, I like showing off the new tutorial series. It's not public yet. If you're on Patreon, you do have access to it, or at least the first part of it. Anyone see it? RTS tutorial. There we go. And there's the prep file for it right there. All right, so let's get this open. I'll show you very quickly what I'm talking about in terms of what's something I think is easier in C++ and something I think that's easier in Blueprint, all in one function. It might be in the prep file though, so we might have to open up a different one in a second. Okay. So, by the way, really quickly, here's the new RTS camera. It follows terrain. Whee! I don't know why that makes me so excited. Whee! Okay, let me just make sure that it is in this one. So there's our new building system. What would tell me if it's in here or not? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's in here. So if you go to our building master, I think it's in building master, not in building manager. I found that out with VR. I mean, I'm a fan of both. I think Unreal is designed to be used with both Blueprint and C++. As a coder, I definitely prefer C++. When I think about design, God, yes, I prefer Blueprint. When I think about design as a coder, I cringe because I have to think, how do I get this to work in Blueprint? And I have very mixed feelings about, like, because I haven't really worked in a large team, I have very mixed feelings on where that line is. So, like, for the C++ version of the RTS tutorial, because I have my own C++ version of it, I implement everything in C++ that I can, and anything that is a bit tricky or where I have to use literals that can change very easily, outside of some, then I do it in Blueprint. But I was thinking about this. I could write all the functions in C++ and then implement them all on Blueprint. I'm not sure where I draw that line. But what I was going to say was, if we go to preview, and I believe it is set preview material. Nope. Calculate slope. Yes. So this bit here, every time I do it, this top bit, it's the same code 4 times. Technically there's a 5th one, but it doesn't do the same math because it doesn't need to. With slight variations. It's basically getting the corners of the mesh. I find writing this in C++ takes about 10 seconds, or 90 seconds. Takes about 30 seconds to write this line of code, and then to copy it 4 times and change the math just to match what you need. In Blueprint, this takes me about 30 minutes each time, 30 to 40 minutes. Just to make sure I have the right breaks and everything. Even when I'm copying and pasting stuff, it's just that much slower. But at the same point, because all this is just we're getting vectors, we're adding it together, and we're putting it into an array. At the same time, however, this bit right here, this single node is so much easier in Blueprint than it is in C++. If it was a line trace, it would be easier in C++. But the box trace, actually having to do the math to set this bit up, takes ages in C++, but is really quick in Blueprint. I'm not a fan of blueprints, but I understand their usage. Also, I do like one really nice thing about mixing blueprints and C++ together. And I just saw the typo in the widgets menu. I'm trying to figure out how to demonstrate this. All right, so I have this progress bar here, right? Of course, I opened up the wrong widget. I have this progress bar here, right? It's called Game Time Prog Bar. And this is set there. And let's see if we can find it in our code really quickly. Okay, I only have one reference to it. Oh, I'm literally in it. So I only have one reference to it. But let's say I don't want this progress bar. I want to put a different progress bar in, and I delete this. Well, what happens is this gets deleted as well because it's in use. But if I were to write this entire function in C++ and create a prog bar binding element, so not a binding element within a prog bar, but an element that is looking for a progress bar that is bound, then I can delete this, put a different progress bar in, and not lose any code. Basically what it is in the C++ code, I'm saying, hey, look for a thing named Game Time Prog Bar. You found it? This is what you do with it. It doesn't exist. You don't do anything. In other words, the code is always there. The code is always ready to run, but it will not run unless it can locate the thing that has the matched name. If it doesn't find it, it goes, nope, that's fine, but it doesn't delete the references, and I can still pull in that reference to that unknown progress bar in Blueprint. which makes it so much easier when you have a designer and coder working together. Like, tell me what you need. Here are the functions for it. You just need to make sure you have the correct names, and you don't have to redo anything if you delete crap. Sorry, I'm now done with my rant on that topic. Isn't it hard to control if it keeps changing camera height? So the changing camera height, if you're on a flat terrain, it's fine. You don't need to change camera height. But when you're moving across terrain, let me just turn off. I'm going to bring it back up. Let me just turn off the setting for that. Okay, so player. Believe I do it on the camera pawn itself. I can't remember. Yeah. It's one of the few things I'll run on a tick. Sorry if you just heard the mic get hit. Ow. Alright, let's test this. So, right now, it will not adjust camera height. I am now staring down into a void. And there's that mountain over there, right? Well, I am now on that mountain. And I'm now underneath the map. If I hit F8, you can see where I'm at. So let's hit stop again, and let's plug the adjust camera height back in. And it does need to run on tick, by the way. That isn't me being lazy. It's for smoothness, and because when you move every frame, it has to figure out if you are on any of these slopes. So now I can able to move into the crevice here, this little pit of doom I've created, and back out without clipping through anything. And likewise, as I'm going to zoom out so I can just see better, I can make sure I move with the mountain. So I'm adjusting the height based on that. So here's the thing about that. Yes, it is faster in terms of the nodes. In terms of comparing two nodes. Once you're in a node, however, it is as fast. The way to think about it is it's slow calling the function up, but once it's in the function runs at the same speed. And I believe, and Chica can correct me on this because he remembers the article better than I do, that the developers for Unreal said it's about 10% slower calling the nodes up. So if you're doing any math, any high-end intensive math, so anything with a square root or greater, that wasn't a joke by the way, should be done in C++. And you can implement it in Blueprint without losing the speed. So for example, let's just go back to this one for a second. If we go to the adjust camera height, if I take all of this and write a C++ bit of code, but don't implement that code, and just have the function there ready to be implemented, and then create a Blueprint version of it, then create a Blueprint child, derive a Blueprint from that class, and then implement that function that I did in C++, it runs at the same speed. There is no FPS loss there. It's when you're doing both, defining and implementing in Blueprint, you're going to run into the issue. But if you define in C++ and implement in Blueprint, you don't have that same issue. At least in my experience when I've done my tests. Whew. Alright, I've been at this for nearly 90 minutes, so we have our delta rule apply. Wait. I don't know why it does this every so often. Yeah, I don't get an error. You done giving me some random error that this thing doesn't exist? Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna do my cheeky little thing. And if anyone doesn't know what my cheeky little thing is, it's I sit in my windowsill for a minute, turn the camera off, talk to you. I need to get my head back into what I was doing here, and then we'll resume working on the neural network. But, and if you don't know why I'm gonna sit in my windowsill, it's because I have a nasty habit, and I'm slowly breaking from it. Slowly being the operative word, by the way. So you're gonna hear the chair moving and some creaking sounds. That's just me moving crap around so I can sit in the windowsill. Ooh, my coffee cup. I don't want that coffee cup to go out the window. That is my largest mug. But yeah, no, typically your code should be in C++ and implemented in Blueprint. Blueprint is great for learning and rapid prototyping. Really? Oh, God, that tastes good. I haven't had lunch because I didn't cook dinner last night. So to people who don't know my habits here, I cook dinner and my leftovers tend to be my lunch because I use HelloFresh. Because during the lockdown, food prices where I lived skyrocketed. And it was cheaper to do HelloFresh than to go to the market and get food. Like, it cut my food bill like in half some weeks, and other weeks more than that. But it's meant for 2 people, and I live alone currently. So what I'll get is enough portions that are actually for 2 people, so the second portion becomes my lunch the next day. You know, 30 quid for 10 meals is not a bad deal. So my entire grocery shopping for the week is 30 to 40 quid, depending on if I add any extras. And that's approximately 10 meals. But because I didn't finish streaming until after midnight last night, I just put a frozen pizza in and haven't had anything to have for food today, except for coffee. I use C++ for VR controllers and actors. See, so I do VR research, as I mentioned yesterday, and let me just get this back open. That is all in C++. This is a combination of the two, just because it was such a complex thing that it was easier for me to do it, to prototype it out in Blueprint, and then implement the heavy math stuff, then rewrite the heavy math stuff in C++. K-Beard, I thought you said you came from Unity, though. Or am I just misremembering? Also, given that you do VR, I'm probably going to hit you up at some point, because I need another person who does VR that I know, just to bounce ideas off of. And again, sorry if I came across surly last night over the reflection thing. I was just really tired and hungry. Oh, sorry. I was having a hard time breathing after that one. Yes, it does. Oh my god. Screen tearing in VR. I don't get nauseous in VR except for in 2 situations. One, when exiting an app and you have that weird jitter, where your orientation is just thrown out, like, tilted upwards slightly suddenly, or downwards or sideways. That for some reason nauseates me. Actually, 3 situations. That nauseates me because it's a bright flash in your face and things aren't lined up correctly. Screen tearing due to FPS issues, like where it's lagging or where it doesn't know how to render the thing, that is the other one. The third one is a very specific use case scenario in a game called Adrift. When I'm inside the ships in Adrift, I get motion sick. When I'm outside the ships and staring into space and there's a horizon, I don't get motion sick. Nay, sir, I am in. I'm assuming that was supposed to be yay or something? I'm confused by the nay part of that. Unless you've gone horse on me, gone nay. Nah, man, I got it. Just missed the segue. Okay. I do like the idea of horse VR now, because they have cow VR. Seriously, they have cow VR. Or at least Russia did have cow VR. think it was Russia that did that. Can someone double check if it was Russia? I think the UK might also have cow VR. If you don't know what I'm talking about, they put vibes on cows to help with their mood. That tells you how bad our system is if we have to do that sort of stuff. Oh, I just inhaled through my nose. That burns. Oh, that makes me want to quit even more. But it's so addicting. And it keeps me calm. Eventually I'll sign up for one of those quit programs. I don't think I can do this on my own anymore. I did quit for 6 years cold turkey, actually. I don't have that willpower anymore. But yeah, I'm always up to work on VR projects. I'm trying to implement Horizon and level design. I have to say, working with Horizons in VR, because I haven't done it before, seems like it would be daunting, just because getting it to feel natural and correct is tricky already in normal design, I find. Then I'm not a designer, so I'm teaching myself design because I don't have a designer that I know and trust. My last designer flaked on me in the middle of a game jam without any notification. Stopped responding to messages. And then took my survival code from my survival series. As a Patreon member, they had access to the full code up into the swimming portions. And are now making their own game. Yeah. Needless to say, I'm less than impressed by their behavior. Alright, give me a second. So that was me pushing a chair back and closing the window and sliding back into the chair. Alright. I've learned how to move the mic now without making too much noise while moving it, at least. Which is to say, I actually turn the mic off slightly while I do that. Turn the mic off. I turn off the input for it. Alright, so what we need to do is get the number of inputs into this neuron. That's what really we're doing with the J at all time. Sorry, what J is the neuron. So we need to get the inputs into that neuron. I is the number of inputs into that neuron. Ooh. Yeah, and I spent money on that game jam. Like, I spent a fair bit of money. And to be fair, I would have won the game jam if we finished the game. And the reason I know this is because I have a reputation within a certain community. I used to run the largest websites for that community. Used to. And the community died out because the thing that we were doing died out. It has been revived recently, in the last few years, by a person who used to be a friend. Once they revived it, they, became famous, quote unquote, within the community, and kind of, went, fuck everyone, I don't care about you anymore. And I got pulled back into it because the community manager for a company, a video game company, that has the license to that IP, once it got revived, shouted me out. And they all actually knew me without knowing that they knew me. Second, I said, oh yeah, I'm this person, I used to run this site. They're like, oh, yeah, we actually know you. Because I changed my online handle to 2 Neurons. It used to be something else way, way, way back in the day. So we're talking like nearly 10 years ago. And, yeah, nearly 10 years. So I had to think about that for a second. Again, I have a reputation for writing the best stories and games within that setting. And so I knew that if I relied on my skill set from that I would win. Because it's just, yeah. And I had the programming background to write the game the way I wanted to write it. I don't have the design or the art side. So I got an artist who just flaked on me. So here on my server, and you ever see me say, when I'm never collaborating on a game jam again, that was my response to that person flaking on me. And the fact that they're using my code for their game it's public code. If you have it, it's on YouTube. You just have to copy it or become a Patreon at a certain tier to be able to get access to it. So it's like, really, dude? Really? You're gonna steal my code, which I get isn't stealing, and flake on me. That is real grade A bullcrap. Sorry, I'm trying to get a bit of fuzz off my keyboard. There we go. All right, so let's get the number of inputs into the neuron. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to our network really quick. Actually, let's go to our neuron, because that should have that information in there. Number of inputs. And do we have a return to get number of inputs? Yes, we do. We have get number of inputs. So let's go back here, and I'm pretty sure this is a pointer. Oh no, maybe it isn't. Sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. What we're gonna do is our layer ref. No. No, I'm skipping a step. So we need our neuron. So we're gonna take our layer ref. We are going to get neuron at j. And then we are going to hang on. I just can't remember if that's a pointer or not, so pretty sure it is. Input, output. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. It is not. Okay. So it should be then dot get inputs. All right, we're gonna just comment this out, and I'm gonna think about this for a second. So we go to layer ref. And in layer, you want to get neuron. So get neuron. Neuron is not a pointer. So get neuron. So take our layer ref. There we go. Okay. So that tells us how many times you have to loop through to apply our weights. So we do our final set of our loop in this nesting, and we're going to do size t. Size? Sorry, that joke is going to get old real quick, I realize. It's my way of not screaming in anger at it. And we want to make sure we're less than or equal to the number of inputs into the neuron. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we are going to create a double called new weight local, and that's going to be equal to new weight dot get sorry, not get, at I, or 1, sorry, at j, at I. Sorry, at j, at I. I'm not sure why I added the at 1. And then we're going to take our layer ref, and we are going to get, thank you, trend, layer ref, get neuron at j, because j is our neuron, and we're going to just pop over to our neuron really quickly. Update weight. Okay. Couldn't remember what I had named the method. Dot update weight. And we're going to pass into it our index at I and new weight local. Okay. So that's where we update the weight. And now for our else, we're going to do the output layer. And before we... Sorry, I'm just... We're going to clear layer reference here. We want to set it to null pointer, and then we're going to refill it here, and then here as well. Alright, so we're filling this with the output layer this time. And let's just go to our neural net. And we need one that does the same thing of returning the output layer. So our output layer is called output layer ref. And I'm just going to put it here because this is our output stuff. Returns the output layer ref. So it's inline. What did I do last time? Was it? Sorry, I'm just checking the hidden one I did. Oh, so it is output layer. Output layer. Get output layer. We don't need an argument for this one because there's only one. Const return output layer ref. Okay. So back over in our delta rule, what we'll do is we will do what we did up here. Sorry, that's not right. What we'll do is what we did up here. And we'll do get our neural net, and from there it is get output. Actually, I'm going to rename that really quickly. Oh, sorry, I just got get output, which is the actual output. You want to get output layer. I did name it output layer. I'm not going to rename it. I just used the wrong function. And had I waited a second to see those arrows pop up, I would have been going, oh yeah, no, clearly that's not right. Right. So what we need now is a number of neurons in the output layer. Sorry, I'm just making sure of where I declared things. So I have declared it up here. Okay, so good. It is still in scope. So it's number of neurons in layer is equal to layer ref dot, well, we just can follow the get number of neurons in layer. Literally what's up above there on line 240. Okay, and then we're going to do our loop again. And again, we'll start with j. So for size t, j is equal to 0. As long as j is less than the number of neurons in layer, we'll increment j. Wow, that took me 2 goes to get that one right. We'll increment j. We'll then get the number of inputs like we did before. So number of inputs into neuron is equal to layer ref get neuron at index j, get number of inputs. And then we'll do a for size ti. As long as I is less than or equal to the number of inputs into the neuron, I will be incremented. So I keep looking over because something in my on YouTube keeps changing slightly, and it's causing me to look over and go, oh, someone's posting. And we're gonna just do what we did before. Double new weight local is equal to new weights at j at I. Okay, and then we're gonna do our layer ref get neuron at index j, update weight at index I, new weight local. Okay, just want to make sure I actually had written these in here because I was like, why am I not getting an error? And I haven't written the implementation for those yet. So now we're gonna override our forwarding functions. So we'll do our. I'm just gonna copy over the original. We'll take both of these for now. Let's go here. We'll get rid of the virtual part, and this will become override and override. Okay, so let's implement our forward. That was not what I wanted, but okay. Okay. I'm not gonna ask, I'm just going to accept. All right, and did I really do it as a lowercase f? I did. Interesting for, okay. I can fix that later. Delta rule. Okay. So, just gonna make a note to myself in here really quickly. Because there is a potential bug in what I just did where I don't have the right vector set, and I'm just making a note that that's where the potential issue is going to be. Right. Okay, so for forward, what we're going to do is... I did the wrong forward first. I want to do the other one first. So let's see if I can just implement this really quickly. Nope. Okay. You know what? I'm not sure why I'm kind of copy that bit. So it's uint32 ti. Okay. Yeah. So make sure it was I I know we've done it a few times, so I'm just gonna find the last time we did in training. I'm just gonna grab this if and else bit here. Okay. So in this case, what we're gonna do is apparently choke a bit. Is we're going to not implement this yet. We need to do the data set implementation first. And literally the part that changes is within the else, so we can just copy that in for now. Right, I'm just trying to think if I want to do all the math stuff today that we have to do for delta rule or not. Honestly, I need to make a decision before we do anything else. And that decision needs to be around how I am storing the data that we're reading in and that we're building and where I'm actually going to store this data at. Because otherwise, we can't go forward from this point. So what I'll do is we're going to pause here on this. When we resume working on this in the next live stream, I'll hopefully have made a decision on the implementation. So I'm just going to save this for now. I'm going to pop over to my GitHub. And this is live stream, what, 5? Yeah. Live stream 5. More delta rule implementation. I just spelled implementation wrong. Implementation. Really? There we go. Alright, commit and pushed. So hey, if you look in the description, you'll see some links, and down in the links, there is access to this particular GitHub. So if I pop open on GitHub, I'll bring it over onto the screen in just a second. What did I... That is the Udemy one. Your repositories. So yeah, we now have, as of 27 seconds ago, the updates to it. So it is now available there. So if you want to access what we're working on, if you want to play around with it, see what you can change up, you have access to it. All right. So, as I said, I need to decide how I'm going to tackle the entire thing around that storing of data. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break so I can stretch my legs, because I've been sitting either on this chair or on that window over there for nearly 2 hours, and my legs are tired. I also need to go to the bathroom. And we're going to resume with working on the Primal game engine, and I will post up, as I said earlier, where in the tutorial that we're following that we're starting at exactly. But if you want to see the entire playlist, that is in the description below. And send love to the person who wrote the series. As much as I was griping about his video yesterday, and as much as that video pissed me off, he is still a content creator who's putting his time, for free, putting his time, effort, and energy into making that tutorial. So, you know, despite my griping as another content creator, make sure to send love his way. Right. So next section, after our pause, I'm going to leave the music on, but I'm going to mute the mic, and I'm going to just quickly walk around, go to the bathroom. See you all in about, say, 5 minutes time. Probably less than. You'll see me for a few minutes while I set that up. So, as I mentioned earlier, I have COVID, right? And I can get most things delivered. The one thing I can't get delivered. Sorry, I was gonna get BRB text off the screen. The one thing I can't get delivered is bar soap, like body soap or hand soap for after you go to the bathroom and things like that, or showering or what have you. I can get body scrub like the liquid soap, but I use bar soap. I asked my neighbor, can you get me some? He goes, oh, I have some. I'll give you a couple of bars of soap. Yeah, he delivered it yesterday. Before I came on the live stream. I just hadn't had a chance to use them yet because I was finishing up the last bar I had. Finished it this morning. So I just opened his other bar up, and it is a literal brick of soap. Like, you could brain somebody with this thing. Like, it's as big as my cell phone in terms of how long it is. And in terms of width, it's like, or in terms of height, it's it's as thick as my notebook for coding. I know it's actually about that thick. My phone and the book. It is massive. I'm honestly really impressed by how big and bulky it is. All right. Speaking of COVID, sorry, I was trying to get to the mute button. Okay, I am hopefully done coughing. So we're going to move on to working on the game engine, and I'm just getting the particular timestamp. It's not that far in. It's just there's like 3 minutes of explanation that we're skipping. It's the explanation, because I did watch it earlier, is what is the UI going to look like? What does a game UI or game engine UI look like? So anyone who's on my channel, usually you've experienced, sorry for the chair squeaking by the way, you've experienced working with either Unity or Unreal. If you're on my channel, probably Unreal. So we don't need to go over that topic. Now, for those new here today, just as a warning, I have to kill the desktop audio so we lose music, because I'm not sharing the actual tutorial itself. There's a link for a reason. His code is under the MIT license, so I've given credit in numerous spots and at numerous times. So, yeah, hopefully that will cover things. Right, so I've just killed the music, I've killed the desktop audio. Hopefully it won't randomly turn back on like it did yesterday for me. And let's pop over to Primal Engine. There we go. So, just as a reminder of where we've left off, we now can see our projects. They get reordered based on last access, which is why 2 is up there, because that's the last one I accessed on stream yesterday. We can create new projects. We have these gorgeous little thumbnails. We can rename them. Sorry. So long as we don't violate particular rules. And, you know, keep our file paths correct. Our browse button doesn't work yet. Our create button does work. That's what these are from. And our exit button works. But what you may not notice if you haven't been here for the entire thing is that when I do this, there's actually another window that opened up. There's this back here. And I can't move this right now. But this is what will be the actual editor UI. So we'll have our rendering window, our content browser, detail stuff, all in that window. So also to show this as we're updating, we're going to put 1 at the top now. It closes because it doesn't have an editor to go to. And now if we go back, we see it's 1, 2, 4, 3. Okay. Yeah, Chica, I did. Welcome back, by the way. So, here we go. Let's make a start. And I will be a bit slower to responding during this because I actually have to look over here at the YouTube video that I'm watching instead of looking over here to see the chat. Because it covers up the chat. Here, we can close. Okay, so we're adding a new folder that will be for the editor UI. So he's talking about the number of editors. So we're going to have a world editor, a texture editor, a 3D asset editor. So there is our folder. Okay, also, Chica, I've not read the admin chat yet. I'll take a look at that in a moment. So he's just rambling at us. So I'm going to just jump ahead. So we're going to add a new class. Oh, we're going to add a subfolder called World Editor, obviously. Sorry, he said obviously, so I'm making a joke about that. And we're going to add a user control. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to rewatch this 1 second of this video again. Oh, he does actually show you typing in the name. Okay. Because when I was looking at it, I didn't see the dialogue pop up. And then suddenly he's in the other... He has it up. I'm like, dude, editing. But no. That was on me. World Editor. View. he caught a typo in his thing. I already saw it. I'm just... So he wants to remove the... Wants to just remove that. And we're removing that as well. Oh, sorry, hang on. Main window. Okay. Hang on. There we go. I couldn't remember how to do that. Sorry. All right, so we're adding a name in, or a namespace that is. So XMLN and editors equals CLR namespace primal editor dot editors, and I'm just gonna be really paranoid. I'm gonna go back into here and just copy this namespace because that's the namespace we're actually using. Okay, and then in grid we're gonna do editors world. Oh, sorry. Editors world editor view. However, what's going on here? Oh. Okay, there we go. Let me just do this one more time. So editors, there we go. World view editor does not exist in... Okay, so world view. It should. So it's just saying a background color to demonstrate this works, but it doesn't on his yet. Okay, he's running into the same error. So he's going back to the world editor view. Ah, okay, so we have to remove this bit. And he still has a typo in his because he hasn't fixed the typo that occurred earlier. So if we go back here and then build, hopefully this will work. There we go. So that's why it's blue there, is we're seeing the world editor. Sorry, give me a second. So we're going to divide this into different columns. He's calling something called blue episodes, and I don't know what he means by blue episodes. I'm very, very confused by that. Does anyone know what a blue video is? So we'll do grids. And then we have, hang on, I'm just going to pause so I can follow this. We have column definition. Okay. And then under here we have grid dot column, sorry for my stomach, equals 0. And then he's going to do grid row definitions. So grid row definitions. Okay. And then we are doing row definition, stroke row definition. Sorry, I did that in the wrong order. You should have strokes at the end of that. Oh yeah, that doesn't exist. Okay. You know what? There we go. Okay. Oh. Blue video, no idea. It's a double D double da. Try show yourself out for that one. That's bad as my jokes, dude. Be better than that. Hang on. Okay, so dude, without saying anything, in the span of a second, copies the code so quickly that I didn't even notice it until he pasted it back in. Seriously. Okay. Didn't need that. I was saying I didn't. There we go. And we want between these a grid splitter. And then it is grid.column. And it's equal to 1. Dude is not saying what he's doing. And width is equal to 5. With vertical alignment set to stretch. Okay. And then we're going to come into here and set our margin to 5. So 5, 0. Okay. And he's gotten rid of this bit without saying why. I love the lack of explanation. And we're going to do horizontal. Hang on, let me put an extra space in there. Horizontal alignment. And this will be left. I mean, you can see it moving around, but still. And just to follow along with exactly what he's doing, even though it doesn't matter, he split that into 2 lines. So we're going to take this and put it between the rows. And instead of width, it will be height. And this will be stretch. And this will be... Okay, dude, what the f... Give me a second. I need to figure out what the shit he just did, because... Okay, so without explanation, without saying a single thing, You know, what last explanation, he's literally silent during this. What he said was, I want to have a grid splitter between the rows and columns as well. And then without anything else, after finishing that, he copies this, doesn't say a word, and I'm just going to see where he pastes it in. Okay. And pastes it right here. And mine looks completely different than his. I am thoroughly unimpressed by somebody not saying what they're doing and then going on to the next task. So let's go through this line by line. Grid, yep. Grid.column definitions, yep. Ah, okay. So I have this different than him. Okay, there we go. We're now closer to what I should be seeing. Grid column definitions, yep. Grid column equals 0, yep. Grid row definitions, yep. Row 1, yep. Row 2, yep. End of definitions, yep. Grid splitter, grid column 1 with height 5, horizontal alignment, stretch. End of that part, grid, end of grid 1. Next grid splitter, grid column 1. Grid row 1 here. Okay, I am less like what he had earlier. Okay, so grid row 1, height, horizontal alignment, end of grid. Grid splitter 2, grid column 1, width instead of height 5, horizontal alignment left, vertical alignment stretch. Grid column 1, margin 500. Grid row definitions, yep. Row definition, yep. Row definition, yep. Row stroke grid definition, or stroke, yeah, the end of the thing, yep. And this should also be row. Okay. And there we go. Okay, I have the same build as him. Hang on. Right, so fuck. I have an error. It's from the last video. That much I know. Okay, so that's all right. All right, so we're watching this property down here. I want to make sure it changes to from null. We did. Good. Oh, sorry, that was the end of that. That's why I was confused. Okay. All right, so here's where we run into the error. So let's just go back, put our breakpoint here. All right. That wasn't where the error is at. Try that again. Okay, all the values are being set. Okay. So I don't care about this part, so I'm just skipping through it as quickly as possible. I am watching the actual debug stuff at the bottom. I just realized you can't see that with my head there. There you go. Also, for note, we're putting the breakpoint there in the future. Where is it? Am I just blind? Ah, okay. Data context is null. Okay, that's the error. Okay. Project browser. Browser project dialog. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna open up this last video, and I'm just gonna. Cool. I'm not gonna buy into whatever add-on you're doing. Sorry. So we're looking for main window. Okay, he's in main window. Oh shit! Need to pause in time. So project browser show dialog false. Project browser data context null. All right. So I'm trying to find where he updates the project browser dialog. Sorry, just trying to find where he's at. New. Give me 1 second. I just want to see something in the current video we're watching. All right, he's doing this test again. Yeah, he did open a project. Okay, sorry. So I need to be in new project view. And then I'm looking for this bit. Okay, so this bit's the one that's acting weird for me then. Let's also go to the open project view. Really quickly, I'm going to test something. Okay, so it's something wrong with my open button. Got it. Okay. So, because that opened, we know the error is somewhere in this function. And we know this bit probably needs to be brought over somewhere in there, and that's what I missed. So I'm just going to scrub through his video again, see where he does that at. Welcome to watching me debug my own code using somebody else's tutorial. So an open project view. I'm just looking to see when he's in the open project view tab. Ah, stop. Stop. Sorry, that's not the right spot. I'm just getting the wrong thing. Okay. Found the spot. But no, he's on something else. He's in open projects. Well, we'll follow from there as well. Oh, we know this is working. We already checked this bit. All right, so it's before minute 41 in this video. I can tell you that. All right, open project view. Is there an effective way to possibly edit an overlay on a video to signal switching of tabs or similar transition in IDEA post? Seems like it could be good practice. Sorry, give me a second just to think about what you're saying and shift my brain power from what the fuck am I looking at to answering questions. The what the fuck I'm looking at is in response to the tutorial, not to you. Is there an effective way to possibly edit in an overlay on a video to signal switching of tabs or something? Effective way? No. Sorry. Define the word effective. Effective for the audience member or the person editing the video? Because to the first part, maybe. Depends on how many times you have to switch tabs and if you're doing it during a debugging section or not. As for editing, oh dear God, no. Oh God. So if you've watched the survival series, like the first section has these time bars at the bottom. That took more time to do than editing the entire damn video. Hats off to people who do that stuff, by the way. But oh my God. And the scary part was the little pop-ups took less time. Oh yeah, now for the audience there probably is. I just say, and now we're going to, now we're switching to over 2. We need to head to this. I try to say avoid the word this and actually specify what we're looking at, but yeah. Okay. var project equals open project dot open project list box dot selected items as project data. Dialog result false. That B is mine, not his. Var window dot get window this. Project is null. Dialog is true. Okay, open project. Open. Open. $27.11. Okay, so open project view. Stop explaining, just do the code. Okay. So, you know what I missed? Him changing tabs in less than a goddamn second without saying what he was doing, but talking about something else. I figured that's all it was going to be, but I want to copy his code as it is. There we go. Fucking hell, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if people have noticed this when I... Fuck it. You know what? We're going to do this the fun way. You're going to see how I edit videos really quickly. Oh, great. Now I have a poopy stuck on my head. I hate you right now. I can hear Peter Griffin's voice just screaming in my head. Shapoopy. All right. Here is the video that's coming out on Monday that I haven't finished editing for the survival series. Right? You see when there's that little bar there? That means I've cut something out. I'm going to turn the audio on so you can actually... Ooh, I just clicked the wrong button. Sorry. All right, so let's go to the very start of this thing.
Hi everyone, Zach here, and welcome to lesson 53 in this series on developing a survival game. This is the final lesson.
Notice there, that little jump. You know what was there before? I can actually show you what was there before. Sorry, let me just go to the end of this. That's how I meant to do. Boink.
Developing a survival game. This is the
There was
final...
me taking a breath. I edited me taking a breath out. That's what that jump was. Okay. You see these little bits? I don't like these bits. Where, like this one here and this one here. Those are spots I can't edit out, but I want to edit out. Usually, usually what that means is you can either hear me breathing, and it's annoying, and I'm like, yeah, there you go. Or you can hear me clicking something. Like, that is a click. I recognize that. It's not one. But I am doing something on camera. So, for example...
immersive environment, and
it's
so
the
that
clicking.
it's easier to see in these dark areas.
But I'm not talking.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to start...
So, let's see if we can find another jump. Alright, so there, I've edited out things. By the way, I want to look at the timestamp for this. This is currently 36 minutes long. The original was 38. I've trimmed 2 minutes of silence out already. There are ways to do it. You talk while doing stuff, and you edit out the other parts. It's the easiest way to do this. I'm moving the camera, thus we have silence there. Let's find one where I know they're...
Our exponential log.
So, like, why do you just let dead air there and not explain what you're doing?
Grass isn't loaded over there. I mean, as we closer comes to more objects, it doesn't time yourself. And now it says real upside down.
Again, I could edit that out. I could literally just jump from here to there. But that would be really jarring and confusing for the viewer. And there are some times where I have to do that. Don't get me wrong, there are times I have to do that, but I do give prompts on screen or say in the intro, because the intros are they no longer are, they were recorded beforehand. The intros were recorded after I did the video. They're now recorded while I do the video. It's not one thing. So that's why there's an intro one and then the actual video part. So let's actually take a step back for a minute and point to the timestamp again. The core video is 38 minutes unedited. Core video is 38 minutes unedited. I said I trimmed 2 minutes. So this is 36. That's actually less than 2 because it's 38:06 and this is 36:46. However, the introduction is 1 minute 32 seconds long. So this is 39 minutes 38 seconds. The edited version, which isn't done yet, is 36:46. There are ways to do this without dead air that is unneeded, without doing things with... Oh my god. Like... And this crap that I'm doing here, you don't even need Adobe for. You could do it in goddamn DaVinci. I hate DaVinci, though. You could do it in Lightworks. I like Lightworks. It's expensive, but I like it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of DaVinci. I know other people like it. And then you have ones like this where I actually have to lower the volume because I said so loudly that it actually was deafening to listen to. Like, there are ways to do this. Like, Oh yeah, there was a spot. Here's a great example. Let me just copy these two. I knew I'd find one eventually. Do you know what's edited out between those two? It's actually the camera moving. Okay, so that right there, that tower or phallic shaped thing is that same one there. That's how much I pulled it back from. So
Light, the sun.
you can hit
The sun, light bulb, whatever you want to call it.
See, even while
Hi,
it was moving,
everyone.
ooh, I'm still able to do it in a way that is readable. Sorry, this out part isn't actually going to be there, and it's going to get trimmed off. In fact, actually, while I'm here, let's just do that. Boink. Boink. Apply default transition. Like, he's leaving these bits in. Like, he's leaving this stretch in. This is unedited, by the way. Instead of removing it. And then what he is editing is this bit. So he'd cut from here to there. Like, you would lose from that bit to that bit. Which is the part where I'm saying what I'm clicking and showing you what I'm clicking. Okay. Actually, I'm not going to save that because I have no idea what I actually did besides that one cut at the end. Yeah. Right. Rant over. Back to tutorial. Sorry, opened in the other window. Okay.
And as you can see, I have got
I can move
grid
this one. I
splitters
can't move this
here.
one. Oh, okay.
I can move this one.
Oh, he has the same
I
error.
can't
Okay.
move those. So
That's fine.
let me check what is going on.
Yes, let's check what's going on. Which one are you in? War. Hang on. Okay, you're in this one.
Here.
No, you're not. You're changing windows. Okay, you're in this one. Literally just did the thing I complained about. Leaves in the silent part where he's just looking at something, and then it jumps somewhere else, and he's already halfway into typing something in. With no comment. Okay. So this is where he went. He's now adding in a vertical alignment, it seems. Okay. Now he's testing it again. We're going to do the same. Okay, that works. Awesome. Like, don't get me wrong. I like, if you go to my first YouTube videos, they are shit. And I don't mean the sound and the video quality. I just mean the editing. Like, I think I didn't start editing until properly editing until I did the 1 hour Hangman C++ code tutorial. And I sent it to somebody who I don't get how he's a popular streamer. I don't get how he's a partner on Twitch. Like, the dude, I'm gonna move the thing back to the other side. The dude is hypocrite, presumptuous asshole who I feel is very, very misogynistic and has made his reputation on being not misogynistic. I find his attitude to be very objectifying of women, and I find his attitude to be very two-faced. I think he is also just generally not very funny. But that's my opinion. The last one. So, what have you. And I sent him the video, and he's like, oh, well, there are these problems. And you know what? He was right. Those were actual problems. And I looked into editing, and I looked into how to edit, and I took courses or modules, free modules on editing. I asked people in my community who do editing professionally about it. I asked about sound. The new mic was already in there at that point. And so, because the original recordings were actually on a headset, well, the same model of headset as this one. It's actually the broken one sitting over there. And that's going to be really annoying. I can't talk to you while I have the headset on and that thing down, but that is what I used to do the recordings in. Sorry, it was actually giving me a really bad echo. And a member of my community, Stevening, really nice guy, walked me through different mic options because he's a sound engineer professionally, or was a sound engineer or something like that. Walked me through how to set up, which mic I wanted, because I was looking at different mics based on his advice. He's like, yeah, no, for what you're doing, you want this mic or that mic, not this other mic, because that's better for this sort of recording or this sort of setup or this sort of content. Here's how you set it up. Here's what you do with it. Here are the things to be aware of. And then I went to somebody else, got help with editing. I get, like, my first few videos sucked. And this, to be fair, I'm not sure if this, let me just take a look at his channel real quick. Because this is the 5th video in his series, right? And he's still producing videos. He's on video. I'm not sure if it's a part of the series or not. Yeah, it's part of the series. So his last video for this series was released 2 days ago. He's 84 videos or 84 videos into the series. Why does it have a different number at the end there? That is a bit concerning. I'm going to take a look at this in just a second. I worked out what he means by blue videos now, by the way. So this is the 5th video he ever put on YouTube. To be fair, at this point in my YouTube career, my videos were just as bad, if not worse. Actually, my videos were worse. So this is the 5th video he's put out. So I'm not going to give him too hard of a time for this. Or I'm going to gripe about it. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he will improve with time. Now, what I want to know is he has 3 playlists. And okay, so it looks like the last, he does have another channel, just based on what's in here. So it looks like the last 19 videos of this series are going to be videos on implementing DirectX 12. So in the corners of his videos, there's little tags called GRB or RGB. So B's are blue videos, reds are red videos. Nowhere in any of his videos have I seen an explanation for what these different video types are. Just going to pop open this video really quickly. Yeah, there's no explanation I can see in the text. Right, I can't figure out what the differences between them are. Nope, that wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be a red-green cycle because we're currently in a red phase, so nope, wouldn't be that. That doesn't matter. What I want to figure out before we continue is what's going on here. Okay, that makes sense to me. So there are 3 video 20s, but he's split them into, split video 20 into 3 videos. For some reason, 1 is red and 2 are blue, green. Okay. There are 3 video 21s. Okay, that's what's going on with the numbers here. I get it. Okay. And now I know how people felt with my RTS series when I had the weird numbering there. Because the numbering there was, weird. Okay, that makes sense to me. Right. I'm done griping for a while now. And again, I will give this dude the benefit of the doubt. And to be fair, as much as I'm complaining, he has working code. He is doing this for free. He is fairly competent so far in what I've seen him do. I don't like his naming conventions. That's my personal thing. Actually, I have serious issues with his naming conventions. And I think they're very problematic for a lot of reasons. But if they work for him, they work for him. So, I will gripe about this when I come to make my own engine on the naming conventions he's used. And I don't mean the underscore thing. I get where that comes from, and I need to do that more myself. I mean his use of upper and lower case, the way he's using them, I think is going to lead to problems for people. You've seen me have a problem with it. And that isn't because it isn't a good choice. I don't think it is a good choice to begin with. But on video, it can be very hard to tell. And I am watching this. What is my current HD setting for this video? I am watching this at full 4K on a 4K monitor. And even I'm having a hard time telling when it's an uppercase or lowercase. So that project one, where I stared at it for a few seconds in open project. This one, where I was staring at this bit, and I couldn't tell if that should be the uppercase one or that should be. Yeah. When he was doing it in the live stream. Or sorry, when I was doing it in last today's live stream when I was following his tutorial, that is. I have issues with that. But, again, he is fairly competent. He is doing this for free. The code does actually work. All my griping is just on the delivery, not the code itself. And it should be taken with a massive grain of salt. Because again, this is an individual who is volunteering his time not only to come up with the idea, to draft it, and he does what I do with the start of the RTS series, and what I did with what I am doing with the survival series. He's explaining things separately to give you something to anchor to, which I give him props for. Like the part I skipped this morning, where he's going, this is what it's going to look like, here's a layout, and here's some notes. You know, it's really useful, because one of the things in there I actually don't agree with in terms of layout, and that is, he has his scenes listed on the side. I like them in the content browser like an Unreal. But hey, this isn't my engine. But his explanations are brilliant, they're useful. It anchors everything going on in the rest of the code in the overall picture quite well. What he is struggling with as a content creator, in my opinion, is anchoring it directly in the moment to what he's actually doing, because he's not talking to the audience as he's doing it. And he is cutting things in a weird way that makes it really hard to see sometimes. And again, I have watched some of these videos. Like, I watched the first 10 minutes of this video last night after stream, just to figure out where I need to start the video at, just to see if there's anything I need to be aware of, things like that. And, you know, watching it but not following it, it is brilliant. It's a great series. Doing it, I can understand the concepts, I can understand the logic. I fell asleep watching this and then woke up because his voice came back, because there was a good 2 minutes where he didn't say anything. Yeah, we actually passed that 2 minutes, by the way, already. And I just dozed off because there was something there. And then his voice comes back, and it's like, what's happened here? We're now like 3 windows over from where we were earlier. But again, this is a person doing it for free. It's good content overall. Do you think camel case is not the best for viewing? So, I don't mind camel case. I prefer Pascal case, honestly. Like, I like Pascal because it just reads better to me. I hate snake case. Because I'm rating a course for Udemy, I'm actually checking out the competition. And there are literally only 2 other people who are doing machine learning or neural nets in C or C++. The C guy, the one who does it in C, he uses camel casing, and it just, not camel casing, snake casing. It just drives me up the wall. No, what's getting me about the casing here, K-Beard, is it's things like, and don't get me wrong, I get the underscore. Okay. That, when you're very quickly cutting things, is really hard to tell the difference between this and that. And what I would be doing in his case is this. Because whenever he does a lowercase, it's for the temporary local in that scope version of it that he is going to store in the uppercase version. I get the logic. It makes sense to me. It is just reading it is a nightmare. That, and when you say, oh, I'm having, and then when you're trying to debug it without actually knowing, or sorry, even knowing that, it is hard to tell, okay, is this the correct project I put here, or should it be this one? That's my issue with his casing. Now, for those of you who don't know, I do have a reading issue. Diagnosed at a very young age, been re-diagnosed multiple times. So I prefer, for me, Pascal casing works best, because Pascal casing just allows me to see things more easily, and it helps with my visual processing issue of words. And that's a me thing. I get that. And I'm not complaining if someone uses Pascal or camel case. I will complain about I will complain about snake case, because, oh my god. Oh my god. Like, especially when, hang on, here's the example I want to give. Like, that is what that one guy was doing with snake casing. Like, really? Really? But no, my issue is just, it's cool. I don't care, Xbox Game Pass. It's just really hard to sometimes tell with his code, if it's uppercase or lowercase, even on 4K. Does that make sense, Beard? Also, after that rant, I definitely need to indulge in my nasty habit. Hopefully you all enjoyed my rant a little bit there on this. I'm like, yeah. Okay, so before I have my cigarette, let's get serious, chat. I went on a fairly long rant yesterday, right? About not demanding my goddamn time. I went on a rant about, if you join the server, it's a community server. And if I don't know you and you join instantly and you add me, that's a problem. Like, let me put it this way. The game engine will be in C++. This is just the user interface, Sam. So the DLLs, everything else will be in C++. Usually interfaces are in C#. So let's put it this way. K-Beard, if you added me as a friend on Discord, I've actually spoken to you. We've had a conversation about some stuff. I would not assume that if you added me, you were doing it because you wanted to demand my time. Sam, likewise for you. But if I have never spoken to you, if I do not know who you are, you join my server and then add me? Is it actually against the rules? Did I write that in? We've updated those rules a few times, so I've lost track of what the rules actually are. Sharing your work, sharing the work of others, learning and development, use of channel. I mean, I do say if you have issues getting get in touch with us, do not DM someone without permission. Yeah, but then it says see rule 3, and then I can say you can DM us. Like, if the person posts in the chat, like, say, I'm this person, I need to talk to you in private. But, like, seriously, you join and then I was wondering why I had 7 notifications. You join, you don't post anything. You don't say hi to anybody. Like, really? To ask me, or to demand me to answer questions? Or to fix their problem? Oh, yeah. I forgot I did include that. Where is that? I know I wrote that. Oh, yeah, please don't. Yeah, learning and development. Like, no mutual servers, no mutual friends. Nothing. Alright, I'm turning the camera off to have my cigarette. I just have to look at an ugly-ass number that I don't want on my thing, because I'm too nice to actually ignore those requests. And trust me, there is somebody on that request list who I'm very angry with right now. At least they're doing the thing that angers me in a place, and recognizing they're doing something bad. Like that person who I'm actually really upset with. That just not the one who just added me, the one who another person. They tend to recognize when they've messed up and delete their post. And it's like, yeah, you were being a demanding jackass. No, dude, if you had to warn him, you're gonna warn like 20 other people as well. I'm just griping about it because it drives me up the wall. That's why I sometimes miss DMs, is because I see the number change and I'm like, I don't want to see if someone's added me. That's what I like about mobile Discord, actually, is it doesn't change the number unless someone's actually DM'd you. Someone adds you as a friend, it goes to a different thing. I don't like that on Discord, on desktop Discord, that it says, hang on, 7 right there. Those aren't DMs. Those 7s are people who've added me. They can't. Don't worry, Checka, they can't. Like, they have to add me as a friend to DM me. That's what I'm saying. Like, there isn't a DM. They've just added me as a friend. I take that back. They have said something on the server, but they said it during my rant. And don't get me wrong, we've actually kicked people off the server for doing that to other members. I'm a little bit more lenient when it's me, given what my role on the server is. I just ignore it. And there are people who I will not add at this point based on their behavior on the server. Like, if you're a dick on the server, and again, comes down to how you do things, then I'm not going to add you. If you're an ignorant dick, I'm definitely not going to add you. You demand my time, and then when you get the answer, and you go, this isn't right, and then go, I found the answer, it's the thing I said 15 days ago, and the thing that the person after me said 14 days ago, and the thing the person who first worked out that solution said, well, like months before you joined the server, and also 10 days ago, then, yeah, no, I'm not wasting my time. K-Beard, I'm going to ignore most of that message just for half a second here. I need to ask you a question. And I know you're an artist, right? That's your background. You come from art originally. Or am I mistaken? And my follow-up question to that, based on what you just posted in the chat here, how much of a masochist are you? For anyone who doesn't get why I'm asking that, it's because he's talking about Ruby. I'm assuming Ruby on Rails there. My the community C and C++ server I'm a part of for April Fools changed their thing to, we're now a Ruby server. Ruby is the way forward. Yeah, how much do you hate yourself? How much of a masochist are you? By the way, that was a great April Fool's joke, changing it to a Ruby server. Like, I wonder how many people just left the server without realizing it was an April Fool's joke. Like, I almost did, and then I realized what day it was. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, this is clearly April Fool's. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. And Chica, now you know where I got my idea. Oh, I need to write a reminder for that idea on my calendar. Artist. I learned the hard way. Yeah, why are you doing Ruby? Why? What is wrong with you? Coding is easy. Art is hard. Art is voodoo magic. Again, while we're talking about this, I want to point out my art. I don't know why it's making me giggle. Empty project, an empty circle. First person, stick figure arms and a really janky pistol. Third person, stick figure. Top down, stick figure from a top height, except for his arms are now forward. I should have put legs to the side. This is my masterpiece of art. Oh, I have some issues. I have some very, very serious issues. Oh. Though, to be fair, give me 1 second. I've lost this render. I'd have to redo it. But I'm going to show you my first renders. Give me a second, because I can't find one of them on my thing, so I'm gonna just find it when I send it to an artist who I have a shit ton of respect for. She is the person I go to whenever I need help with materials or stuff. She is honestly brilliant and an amazing human being and a great artist. And I sent a lot of my art stuff to them for their critiques. That was us talking about flashlights, us talking about wheels and vehicles. Why did I send them a picture of Skyrim? I sent them a whole bunch of pictures of Skyrim for some reason. Oh, I was showing them the modding. That's them helping me with the normal issue I was having with the footprints from the tutorial series. That's me and them talking about the foliage editor. I'm not sure what that is. Me and them talking about reference and me using an image, the coffee cup image I like. Them sharing their art. Oh, that was them trying to retarget something for me. Me mocking French. When they put the wrong material on something. That is them worrying about Chica. You accidentally left the server one time with that glitch. That's me pointing out issues in Epic's animations. Oh, I missed that character of mine in Dark Souls. I need to get it off the old computer. That's me asking them about my artwork. Me asking for help learning how to do something. Them asking for help on how to do something. Why did they share a picture of Dark Souls? Oh, because we were talking about fur. And fur on characters. Ah, okay. Here are the renders that I'm talking about. And them telling me that I'm never allowed to ever create anything art-wise for their server because I hand-modeled all the grass, or the projects I hand-modeled all the grass. Okay. So, here's my first ever render. That's the first render I ever did. Right? Here is the second one. Here is the second one I ever did. So, I haven't used Blender 2.9 yet. I'm still on 2.7. I'm talking about Lindashi, by the way. So this is the second render I ever did. And I lost this because that was lost on that drive that got corrupted. I'll have to redo it at some point. Nah, that would have to be fixed up. I mean, that is just 3 cubes. The funny part is I've actually seen people make worse dice somehow. I'm like, if I can make dice that look realistic, at least look like plastic dice. Like, the problem with the dice that I say don't look good is the dots don't look like they're actually cut into the plastic. By the way, that is a footprint. That is how that material was deformed, is it's actually a footprint we're using, just really stretched. This is our Death Stranding render. It's actually hair. The hair is actually the grass, by the way. This is like a 4-hour tutorial that took me 2 weeks to do because I really suck at art. Like, I actually struggled modeling the grass. Because the grass, each of those blades are individually done. That's why I was told I'm not allowed to do any art for their game. And actually, I'll just post this in the chat so you guys can peruse at your own leisure there. There you go. But let me show you that, like, because I have the, like, I sent the person that I'm talking, Lindashi, the hand modeling of the grass. Really? So yeah, there's me hand modeling the grass. Or starting to. There is me struggling hand modeling the grass. The textured version of it. More grass. Me having an issue with one of the blades of grass. Me raging in the chat about not being able to use modifiers. Oh, that's... Here's the grass clumps. And here are the various types of grass clumps. The rendering of said clump in cycles versus Eevee. So cycles, Eevee, cycles, Eevee. Yeah, by the way, if you can't tell, the clouds in the background there are the same clouds here. It's the HDR, or whatever it's called that I was using. Okay. Also, it's called Rebuild because the editor crashed, Blender crashed while I was doing this. I also have Maya now that I should actually properly be using. Also, I finished that cigarette ages ago. Well, I was following a tutorial. So, Beard, I realized that it isn't a games design tutorial I was following. It was a... So the person who did that tutorial is a professional VFX artist for movies and things like that. So they weren't meant for game asset use, but I don't know enough about art that I just needed something to learn how to properly do things. And, you know, here's a guy who's doing these things, and it's like, okay, I'll follow along. HDRI, thank you. Sam, I did not make the material. Those came from... Well, sorry. I made the materials in Blender. The textures came from Texture Haven, which the person who wrote the tutorial is one of the owners of, to give you an idea of who this person is. So this isn't like some no-name person. This guy runs one of the largest free texture sites for PBR textures, and also, as I said, is a professional VFX artist. Sam, I just saw your one on the material. Did I miss one? And I'm just going to wait a moment to see what Beard says to that. Hey, Beard, was there any message between his question to you, and I meant to turn my camera back on, and when he said, can you... So, between when he said, can you see my messages, and did you make the materials too? Because there is the potential that there are messages between the two. Interesting. Because let me just bring over what I'm seeing. So this isn't the actual chat I read when I'm on the thing, but this matches. I double checked it while I was talking. This matches the actual chat. This is from OBS. I actually look at the YouTube part of it, but the YouTube part matches. Thank you. Yeah, I responded to the Who, Linda She. I responded to the Cube thing. They look nice part is when I start to talk about the grass. And then the material. But yeah, I see all that. Okay. Oh, it was before. You can disable adding. I responded to that. Actually, I thought Chaika said that. I was like, you know I did that. Oh, no, he did say that too. Art is easy, which was what got me into this rant. I love 3D. Actually, what got me into that which actually got me to do this. Then we got into the rant. But if it was the who part, that's Lindashi. Lindashi is the person who, when it comes to art, like, they're one of the 4 artists that I keep referencing in the tutorial series for the survival game. In fact, actually, I named them directly at one point. Because they're actually my go-to person, but I like to write that section of the tutorial because I am not an artist. I spoke to 4 professional industry artists on the topic, had them review my stuff, or had various ones review various parts of it, and then got some background information from Lindashi as well, which makes up some stuff. So it is... It's almost like me going to Chaika and having him do a code review for me. Like, Chaika did the code review for the inventory system. Because my original inventory system was pretty much the same. It was still polymorphic. But he's like, yeah, you can reduce this down. And you can get rid of one of these branches. So, like, if you remember the add items to stack, for example. I think that was originally 4 branches instead of 3. And the main function itself, the add item master itself, was 3. And it was Chica pointing out, hey, these things are kind of doing the same thing. All you gotta do is pass this in instead. That it was able to reduce it down to 2 for the main branch. And then from that, I was able to reduce down the, take what he said for the main branch and reduce down the add to stack branch. By the way, yeah, I get my code typically reviewed if I'm not certain on something and I think there might be a better way to do it. Or I seek help and ask questions. This isn't about, is the code good or not? It's, can this work the way I want it to in a tutorial? Because sometimes there's going to be a bit of code that is going to just be tutorial code and not what I would do in actual practice. Great example of that is in the first section of that series, where I flat out say, yeah, this is redundant. You don't need 2 functions. You need 1. And, yeah. All right, sorry for the ranting there. I had my cigarette. I'm going to resume the tutorial now. He's just talking about how he can move them. Okay, he wants to resize the window. Fair enough, it is a bit small. Is there a way to dynamically make it bigger? Give me 1 second. 9:47, by the way, is where I'm at. Okay, so at 8:11, he's in this one. We're just going to play it, and I'm just going to watch. These 2 lines are exactly the same as his 2. And I just want to see if he makes any edits here. He's running his first test that we ran earlier, where I ran into the issue where I realized there was a bug in my code. He's looking at the grid splitters, working out that he can't move the horizontal ones, but can move the vertical ones. Okay, we're now at minute 8:47. Those 2 lines are still the same. He is now fixing the grid splitter issue. He is now testing it again. This is literally where I pause the video before I have my rant. This is now where I unpause the video. And again, I can see the code in the background. Those 2 lines I have highlighted are the same. He's talking about the alignment thing, which you already heard me mention earlier. Okay. We're at 9:30. He says it's a bit small. He closes it. Oh, he changed things. Okay. It would be useful if he didn't edit that out. I almost changed the wrong thing because he did that. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. Okay. He's not doing the same test I just did. Okay, that doesn't match what he said in the prep at the start of this. So what he wants to do is in the top right corner have the world outliner. That is not what he put in the part that I remember watching earlier. So he's gonna make another user control to do that, called Project Layout, which he's added to World Editor. And so we called this one Project Layout View. Okay. He's going to have a button that adds new scenes. Okay, so apparently it's not a world outliner, it's a list of scenes. Okay. I'm going to let you guys deal with what's happening on the server. I just saw the conversation. I'm just going to... All right. So we're adding grid rows. That's another thing I don't like about C# is that. Oh my god, do I hate that so much. That is so much easier to do. Actually, hang on. Yeah, now I'm just going to use tab and then home and delete. Okay. So we're going to do row definition height is equal to 32. And then row definition. Okay. And then under this he has button, content, called add scene, with a width of 96, vertical alignment to center, and focusable set to false. Then just grid dot row. Nope. Grid dot row 0 horizontal alignment, left, and then margin 20, 0, 0, 0. Okay, and then we're gonna have another button. Or a scroll viewer, sorry. That displays the list of scenes. So we're gonna do scroll viewer, grid row. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just gonna move this so I can see more of the code. Here we go. Okay, grid.row is 1, and horizontal scroll bar visibility will be auto. Vertical scroll bar will be auto. And item control, or items control. Okay, sorry. It will be item source, or items source. And we'll create a binding to scenes. Okay, and then we have items control. Oh, dot item panel. Thank you. And then item panel template will be our stack panel. Sorry, now I can catch up to him. Okay. And then dude's not actually talking again, so give me a second. Stack panel, item template, control. Okay, so he goes in here. He does item control dot item template. So data template. So it's going to be an expander that contains a list of game objects. So is and so we'll expand what scene is active. So we're going to create a debug instance of the project called data context. And then this will be design instance type pro. And we need to add a namespace for the class. So apparently that's what he meant by pro there, was he, oh, I have to do something else. So this will be XL, XML, and S, not local proj, apparently, called CLR namespace. Namespace dot primal editor dot game project. Okay. And then we finish this part out, and this is project comma is, and then we set this to true. So I just want to make sure I have this right. XMLNS colon proj is equal to CLR tac namespace colon primal editor dot game project. Data context is equal to D design instance type proj project with a colon and a capital P, and me having spelled that one wrong. There we go. I think he has the error too. Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay. So we're going to do binding is... okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. Is active. And it's only to be one way. We don't want it to become inactive when we collapse it. And then expander header. Okay, so text equals binding name. Okay. You know, yesterday I was saying how I don't remember you mentioning the game name. I remember you mentioning the developer. Hayden Ears Blueprint only. I picked it up on Steam. It is so bloody tedious. It's like my brain is done. What game is this? Let's take a look. That is not the right thing. That's not even going to load properly, so I'm just going to close that out. Okay. So, store. And this is, man, that wish list has not been updated in years. Hydroneer. I'm assuming it's an RTS. Of course it's tedious. No, congrats on them for, you know, making that. This is apparently similar to a survival game called Green Hell. The irony of the two people on my friends list who want the game. Actually, I mentioned one of them yesterday. The one on the right is the person who the partner who I gave a copy of my PhD doctoral thesis to. But the irony of both of them wanting this game, they're from a different country than me. I lived in that country for a bit, and one of the things in the game ties to something in their home country, even though it's not set there. So I just think it's kind of funny. No, there was nothing in my hand. I was just checking before I lowered my hand. It's like budget satisfactory, Nothing wrong with it except you can only carry one thing at a time, right? So if you want to build some automation or a house, you have to walk to the shop, holding your coins, place each thing on the board, pay for it, then carry each thing to your base separately, then go back for your money. Ow. And on that note, bye. No, Jesus Christ, that does sound painful, actually. I am sorry to hear that. Alright. Oh, sorry, what I want to do before I resume this is double check that I have the same stuff as him. Okay, so we have the same underline there, so I'm not going to worry about that, but context, yep. Is design time creatable true? Okay. Grid definition 32, definition for the row, add scene 96. This is a button, center false, grid row 0, left on the horizontal, margin 20, grid scroll viewer 1, row 1 that is, horizontal scroll bar visibility auto, vertical auto, item source is bound to scenes, which is what that is up there for, or well, that down there. Item panel, item panel template, stack panel close, stack panel open and close, item panel close, item panel close, or item control close, item control template close, data template open, expander is expandable, binding is active one way, expander header, grid, binding to name for the text, close of the expander and header, border blue, close of the expander itself, and everything else is the same. Okay. So the first row of the second column. So we need to go here. Nope. We need to go here and remove this namespace. Okay, hang on. What the hell did you do in that window? He literally says, we're going to remove it here, goes here, and again, in a second, deletes this without saying a single damn thing, and very quickly then jumps over to here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, not to this one. To this one. Jesus fucking Christ. Right. So here we do local project layout view. Okay. And I don't have an error that he does. We have the same includes. Okay, does he make... Wow. So literally in a second, because this is how fast it was, and I didn't notice that, he removes that as well. There we go. And now let's do the test that I was watching when that happened. So we have the ad scene up there in the back. Okay, so we have the same thing. Okay, so... Oh, he's using edit and continue. I don't like doing that, but to each their own. Okay, so it's this bit I'm looking for. So we're adding a height of 100. Okay. I did not mean to click that. Well, I did, but I didn't mean for anything to pop up. Alright, so we got that part done. Okay, so we're adding to this button a way to add a new scene to the thing. So we're gonna come down, we'll do clicked. And I just want to see something really quickly. Okay. Yeah, no, fuck off. That was to the editor. I'm not looking at the chat right now because yeah. So we want to get the project, the data context of it. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we need to write a method in projects to add scenes. So here, which is appearing project, $9.47. Project current and load. Okay. And so we're ensuring the name is actually valid. By the way, he's explaining none of this. So if the name is valid, we'll add the scene, and then we're going to create one to remove the scene. Words start to look weird when you see them a lot. By the way, he wrote this debug line. Hang on. How fast did you write that debug line in? Oh, no, sorry. He actually wrote that line. Never mind. I just skipped it, went straight to the second part. So we want to make sure that this thing actually contains the scene we're trying to remove. Okay, so we're adding with a new name. And so far, we're just creating an incremental counter for it. All right, so we're gonna have the first item always selected. So we can make it focus out of this box. So loaded plus equal. So we get the project's list. List box. Dot item. Apparently I didn't follow his capitalization of the P there because he has his uncapitalized. Container generator. Dot container from index. And then projects list box dot selected index as listed box item. And if there is something there, we get the focus that way. Okay, let's test that. If I hit enter, once it starts up, it should automatically load the project back up. That did not work correctly. See if he has the same issue. Okay, so he's doing something different than I thought. Give me 1 second. Okay, that part works. Got it. That part doesn't work for me. So what he's doing, he's saying I can do this, which I can, and then when I press enter, it loads. I have to do enter twice. Well, his code really quickly. Loaded plus equals SE. Okay, item, project list box, item container generator, dot container from index, project list box, dot selected index as list box item. If it exists, it is focusable. Why did he do that across 2 lines? That's 1 line of code. Okay. Main window, is that what I'm looking for? Nope. I am looking for this one. I mean, that would be so much easier to edit than coding. Jesus Christ. Which part sounds rough? Maybe he does click it twice. I can only hear the enter key once, and I can't see the weird flicker I have on mine. I mean, if you do it really quickly, it looks like it could be one stroke, but yeah. So we're gonna make an undo and redo system. So your cells will get to a class set called undo redo. Sorry. The tediousness of that system check I mentioned had to step out, gotta step out again to make breakfast for the fam. Can I get some Belgium waffles, please? With strawberries and whipped cream. And a hot chocolate. I'm feeling nostalgic for childhood right now. Give me a second. Okay, well, there was something out there, but that was definitely weird. No idea what that was. Okay. Don't awe me, just make the damn food, yo. That's your job, K-Beard. Food and art. Hop to it, young man. Alright, so we're going to create an interface. So each one's going to have a name, apparently. Called the get only. And a void method to undo. And a method to redo. All right, we'll have a list for undo and redo actions. So, private list. Oh, or not. He wants to visualize the list. Okay. So he's going to use an observable collection. Read only. Observable. Hang on, sorry, give me a second. Observe. And then it's going to use that. And it'll be our redo list equals new observable collection. And then private read only observable collection. I undo redo will be our undos. Where is that coming from? Oh, name suggestions. Okay. I mean, the fact that pluralized it, I'll give it credit for that. Okay. And then public read only read only observable collection. And this is our I undo redo, and this is our redo list with a getter. Okay. And this will be our undo list with a getter. I'm just hearing Tony Stark's voice in my head going, Underoos! I got a code, so gonna be lurking. Fair enough. Show enough. Blame is on me. Food is on you. See? Exactly. Sam gets it. I blame him and Chica for stuff. I mean, Chica's a catch-all for everything. And Beard, food is on you. And apparently hot chocolate as well. Food and drink. So we're going to do a reset. I saw the typo. Okay. Apparently that should be a capital C. And then we're going to create our constructor. And we're going to assign the list to the read only observable collection, and that's redo list, and then undo list will be new read only observable collection, undo list. That took me a moment. Right. So we're gonna have two methods to call, to undo, to redo, and of course they're gonna be called So we're going to check, does the list actually exist or have any elements in it? So if undo okay. So so we need to remove this from the list. So we're inserted at the beginning of the redo list. There we go. No shit, Sherlock. I think we all understand why that works that way. I mean, if you use a computer. I'm just gonna, I want to see if this one I better want to copy the one he'd copied. Because if it is, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. We're gonna copy 16 words, of which we are only keeping 3. And they're not near each other. And they're the shortest words in the list. Two words changed. Oh, sorry. Also, 3 words. Yeah, that would have been one you could have copy and paste, buddy. Like, the structure, the design, everything in there stays the same. Get hash code? Wow. Okay, so above this, then we are going to have another method. And this is just to add to a list. I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm following your thing, so I'll do that part. So we're adding a class to test this. Okay. So we're going to do that up here, called public class undo redo action. I undo. Okay. What? Okay, I don't know if this is a C# thing or what, but literally between 26:38 on the timestamp. Sorry, no, I'll give you a different time. Give me a second. All right, I'm at 26:40. 26:40 still. So between 26:40 and 26:40, so within a second, he has added in somehow the entire set of interface commands. Okay, whatever. Which it has to be a code snippet of some sort, because he's coming in and doing this. Did he really add a sound effect to when he said there'll be two actions, that karate chop swinging, like swishing sound? Or the sword swinging, swishing sound thing? Okay. And we'll create a constructor. And he likes to do it at the bottom of this thing for some reason. You never explained why. You just said it's against convention, but I do it. Why? I mean, I can think of a few reasons, but that means you would have come from procedural and not object-oriented. I'm not gonna figure out what the shortcut to use to do that was, but okay. So we're gonna have two constructors. Oh, and a name. Okay. I mean, that's gonna be potentially problematic, actually. Like, okay. Okay. Okay, it's just saying what undo and redo are. Really? Okay, so this add and remove stuff we're now making private. And it's called add scene internal now. And remove scene internal, which he has not. Okay, no, he has. So we're going to have two commands for this called public I command. God fucking. So we're going to define the command to add and remove the scene. Okay, we're adding a new class in common. Called relay command or commands. Okay. So it's a generic class. Sorry, I was just checking something. I don't get how he's done something, and I'm still trying to work it out. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't show which ones he's. Okay, whatever. So we use that one to do it. Okay. Okay, so add. Sorry, I was just reading something he put up on a pop-up. Okay, hang on. Command manager dot query suggested plus equal value. Remove. Oh. Command manager dot query suggested minus equals value. Okay, there, Shaka Mama. Do you say weird flex, bro? Private read only action T execute. Private read only. Oh. T can execute. All right. So, and where's my goddamn waffles? We have execute, can execute changed. Yep. All right. So, I lost track when I was sneezing. I have to figure out where I messed up. Okay. So we're saying in a constructor. I want to figure out how he's doing that. Give me a second. I'm going to play this video at... There we go. Okay. CTOR. There we go. CTOR. It doesn't seem to work for me. Tap twice. Oh, I should probably turn that back to normal. Okay, so action T execute predicate T can execute equals null, so it's optional. Yeah, so whenever it's null, we assume it can be executed, so we'll return true in those cases. So we'll return it if it's not null. and true otherwise, apparently. That's literally what he said. Hang on, I'm gonna quote him word for word. And here, in can execute in method, just return the value of can execute if it's not in null, and true otherwise. And including the us and the duh sound animated, he actually does those sounds. Okay. So, work out what that meant. Where is that? There it is. That's what we're looking for. We're going to do add scene command. We're defining it equals new relay command object x equals so we're going to see if we can add a scene. So we want to call the added scene internal. Wait, did we do that somewhere though? I thought we did that already. Project layout view. Yeah, I see why he's doing that. Okay, that's why. That makes sense now. All right, so we're gonna append new scene, and then scenes dot count. Oh, boom. Oh yeah, save this. I have a reference to undo it. So remember this new scene. So we need to remember the scene index. So we're going to add in an undo redo manager, the thing we just created, in here. So we're looking for project application, add scene, and we're going to go here. Okay, so public static undo redo get equals new undo redo. Mine is. Wait, hang on. Oh, that part isn't. Okay, there we go. So back to add scene command. Undo redo dot add new undo redo action. And you can use the 3-part constructor that we made. So the undo, which is, hang on one second. Hang on. Okay. I'm just gonna let him type this out because shit if I can tell what he's trying to type. Oh, I get what he's doing. Okay. So this is our undo. This is our redo. And then our name. Okay, apparently that was a typo there. The undo action would be remove scene. So we're reinserting it at scene index. So we're removing a scene. So we're going to want to remember where this scene is in case we want to undo it and add it back in. It's not going to work that way. So we're going to do it a different way. Okay. Why did he randomly have a picture of Fred Flintstone popping up? Okay, so he's learning editing as he's doing this. That is my conclusion from the sound effect and Fred Flintstone being there. That is literally the only thing I can think of as I power through this. To be fair, the part we're doing right now, outside of the fact that he's using code snippets he's actually being really clear. This part is superb compared to the earlier portions of this. But such is life. Alright, I'm going to take another short break because we're nearly done, and I need another cigarette, and my legs are killing me. So, you're getting music, I'm getting to stretch my legs, and we're all getting cookies. We're not all getting cookies, because K-Beard let us down! Sam, before I do that, I actually have something I want to talk to you about. Nothing bad, but I have an idea for something, and I want to run it past you before doing that, if that's okay. I'm probably going to grab you later today, if possible, or tomorrow, to have a quick chat about the idea I have, and see what you feel about it. And if the answer is no, that's fine. It's just an idea around a tutorial series, and doing one jointly between the coding side and your side, the art side. But I figured we should sit down and actually talk before we go ahead and do anything, around that. See if we can work together on that sort of thing and what have you. That sound fair to you? And meanwhile, while you're catching up to hearing that, let's continue with Sorry, I was coughing. Let's continue with the... Okay, you said sure. Awesome. After I'm done streaming, I'm going to grab some food because it's, after 5 here and I haven't anything to eat. I had one Snickers bar. I'm out of Snickers, by the way. And I don't want to have the conversation when I'm going to be hangry because I get snippy when hangry, as we saw yesterday. Okay. So... making sure I've muted the audio coming in from... Yeah, I have. Okay, so we're on to the undo thing. And we're going to do undo redo dot add new undo action. And here we're going to have another bracket, which I forgot. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just give me a second. New undo redo action. And this will be scenes lowercase. Nope, not dot count. Dot insert scenes dot insert underscore scenes dot insert scene index. Nope. Scene. Come on, fucking E key. Index. Okay, and then we have I'm just going to put this in really quickly. Then we have remove X name. Okay. And it's remove scenes internal. And That is scene index, new scene. Which I haven't defined because I missed that earlier. So hang on. No, that's not right. Cool. That damn E error. Okay. Of course, anytime you like to talk, I'm happy to talk. Okay, fair enough. Awesome. Thank you much, man. And we're gonna only remove scenes that aren't active, so we're gonna use that predicate function. Basically, you don't want to do anything that remove anything that you're currently editing. So the predicate for this will be X. I'm sure it'd be not active, but nope. Okay. So project layout view, project layout view, project layout view. So we're gonna bind the command instead. So command. And he's running into an issue. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this function. Why don't you go back to that window for a second? Okay, that's 3. That's right. Oh, wait, I like how he built at the same time I did. We both have a fail. So this needs to be public. Okay. And so he's testing it. What we're testing is adding the scene. Alright, we have a new scene. And we have a typo in there. Cool. Let me just very quickly fix that typo. Alright, so I was opening another window. There we go. Alright, just going to add a temporary button to remove scenes to test the undo redo. And we're going to add a button next to this. Okay, I want to see how he did that really quickly. Okay, so he copies and pastes really quickly. Again. Okay. Focusable is false, and then we close that out. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to the world editor. Give me 1 second. I'm just having a moment where I need to see something. Oh, the remove button works. We can't remove the active one. Small bit of an issue there. Okay. He's adding another row to this. We're gonna go to project. Where are these buttons? Oh god. Please tell me you format these later. Okay. So we're gonna bind these commands just like before. So temporary, saying not to worry about the UI design. He's just gonna create a list that explains shows up here. So writing a user control. Called undo redo view. Give me 1 second. Now I kind of wish I hadn't muted for that one. Ow. That hurt my shoulder somehow. Okay, apparently he got rid of the grid at some point. It doesn't seem to do that. And item control, item source equals binding undo list. And it's item control, items control dot item template. Data template, text block. Okay, hang on, sorry. He's just sped up his recording, and it's made it so I have to pause because it's blocking me seeing what he's actually typing. Okay, so items dot item control, stack panel, items control, item source binding undo list, item control dot items panel, stack panel, ender, item control dot items panel, hang on, just gonna type what I see on the screen, stack panel, stroke, item panel, items panel, template, fuck me. You know what? Delete that. Stack panel. Items control, item source equals binding undo list. Item control dot item panel. This is the part I forgot. Items panel template. Stack panel. Item panels template close. Close item panels control. Items panel. Close open items control. Item template. Data template. Text block binding name. Close data template. Close data item or items control dot item template. Control items close items control. Close stack panel. Close user control. This is the undo list. And then underneath we'll do list. And now I have an ad. So we're going to put it down there. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, well, no, I'm not going to run because I'm having an error that you don't have. Okay, that's right. $47.53. Cool typo there, by the way. Now it works. Okay. It's not working for me. Okay, so his is working right, mine isn't. For you, it does. Right, so let's figure out where I went wrong. Okay, well, that's one typo on my stuff. There we go. My undo doesn't seem to work. My redo is doing weirdness. See if he has the same issue. Yeah, I'm actually going to follow exactly as he's doing it for this part again. So, okay, we add in a total of 5 scenes. Redo does nothing. So, my undo does not work the right way. I'm just going to see if he shows his code again really quickly. Actually, I need to see if it does the same thing as for this part. That part works, okay. Three, five, seven, one. Remember those numbers. He's just summarizing the video right now. I'm just wanting to see if we can see. Okay. Public void redo underscore redo action. Public void undo underscore undo action. Undo redo action string name. Name is uppercase to lowercase. Public undo redo action undo redo string name. This name. Debug assert undo is not null and redo is not null. Undo is undo, redo is redo. Public class undo redo. Private read only. Observable collection. I undo redo underscore redo list. I new observable collection. I undo or redo. Private read only. Observable collection. I undo redo undo list underscore equals new observable collection. I undo, public read only observable collection, I undo, redo list get, public read only action observable collection, undo list get, reset, clear both lists, public void add I undo action command, undo list command, redo list clear, public void undo if undo list.any, variable cmd or command is undo list I'm just going to rename these to match his because I just noticed a small difference. Okay, apply. Okay. Where was I? Undo if undo list any, undo list last, undo list remove at, undo list dot count -1, command undo, redo list insert 0 command, redo if redo list any, variable command is redo list first, redo list remove 0, command redo, undo list add. All right, let's see if that mistake was the problem. That line 76 mistake. Just like Fallout 76 was a mistake. Okay, so the list isn't showing up correctly. And then, let's just go here real quick. Yeah, I see the issue. Now it will work. I had a lowercase l there, by the way, for anyone who didn't catch that. So, oh, hang on. There we go. So, you should have 5 added back in. Undo that. Undo 1. We should have 3 added back in. And 8. There we go. We should remove 8 again. Add it back in. And that list should clear out. The undo list did clear out. So we're going to undo all of that. And then when we redo it and we add in a scene, it should just say add scene 6. Okay. We're back up to where he's at. Okay, so our list is working. Awesome. Yes, it would be a good point to stop for the day, because I need food, buddy. So in the next video, he wants to look at putting the game objects we're adding into the scene. So hey, that's what we'll be doing at some point this upcoming week. So unlike last night where I forgot to actually upload the Git for this, let me do that right now. I did not save that. Why are you... okay, whatever. Sorry, that was completely unrelated. That was related to the fact I opened the thingamajigger. The RTS tutorial, that is. It was saying that I made an edit and I didn't save. I'm pretty sure I did. I hit did not save. Undo, redo. And new UI. Okay, so just to demonstrate that I actually have committed it this time and did not screw it up like last time, what we'll do is we will go to GitHub and go to repositories, and there's Primal, and there we go. I uploaded 19 seconds ago, as you can see. And you can see the relay command, the project layout view updates, the project layout view updates again, world view editor, which is new, new are updates there. So everything is now uploaded to Git. And yeah, that brings us through working on our neural network. I will have to make a decision, as I said, with regards to how we're storing data before we can proceed at this point, because I am truly stuck if we don't actually proceed. So as a side note, I don't know if this person's in the stream right now, but if you are, I apologize. Somebody just added me on Twitter, and they're from my hometown, it seems, and they have the same name as me. Well, the same first name. I don't know who they are, but I just thought that was kind of funny. It makes me happy. I'm not sure why they're following me, though. They're very much into sports. Don't have much on that. I assume they're from my hometown, given their cover picture, by the way. That's all. I really don't know what's going on there. And I don't know if I know their partner either. Actually, I might know their partner. I might have actually gone to school with their partner. First name, middle name, and face are all familiar. I'll have to hunt down my Facebook to see. But given both their profiles, I'm pretty sure they're in my hometown. I just thought that was funny. Also, that's concerning because that's someone's birthday. They're gonna be that is horrifying. Sorry, completely unrelated to the other thing, but right. I'm gonna share something with you completely unrelated to what we're talking about or what we're doing in general, just because it's entertaining to me. I can't remember what I was saying before that, but yeah, we're gonna look at this together because that will be our closing. Watching this little thing together. Sam, thank you for being here on either account. And Chaika, thank you for doing the moderation stuff. Everyone else, also thank you for being here. Thank you for communicating and watching. Let's enjoy this Elden Ring meme video on speedrunners.
またあの男か。あいつは何のために準備してるんだろう。まあ、もし彼がここに来るつもりなら、彼はそれを手に入れる。そうだ。
I'm kind of amazed by the amount of work that's gone into this already.
よし、行くぞ。
Also, the music is making me want to play.
なんだと？
I like Suresh's hair, just like... Yeah, see, your tree is burning. I will be fair, those final fights were not that easy, to be fair. I said to be fair twice. Okay, that wasn't as entertaining as I thought it would be. I apologize for that. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't not as funny as I was hoping for. So, as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next either tutorial, which will come out on Monday if I have time to finish editing it. I've been passing out while editing those videos. You saw me having worked on part of it. And or the next live stream. I will try to announce when the next one will be. I'm still working out the timing, so I'm using how many people are chatting, when people are here, and all the analytics to work out the best time to do these streams. Last Saturday was extremely successful. We had 3,000 views within like a day or 2 days. So I'm just trying different days to see what happens and at different times to see the effect. Thank you very much for that, Sam, by the way. And once again, if you're not already subscribed, it really does help the channel out. So please hit the subscribe and notify bell if you want to know when the videos get released at least. But the subscribe really does help me. The bell helps you. And if you want to help the channel and not deal with those notifications and don't want to subscribe, at least hit the like button, please. But if you're willing to do both of those things, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and the bell. So 3 things. And you have a bit of money left over at the end of the month and you want to spend it on something, well, spend it on Patreon. That is a weird way to sell that. But Patreon sponsors get early access, except for this week, to my YouTube tutorials. And I say except for this week because I was so sick that I could not edit that video and I still had to keep up with doing the live streams and all the other stuff. But usually you will have at least a week's access, if not months of access. So for example, up until a few weeks ago, the entire survival series, Patreon supporters had a year-long sort of access to every video. I mean, I realize not every video because, you know, I released video 1, they had it for like 2-3 months. But by the time I got to video 50, we're 50 weeks later, they've had that video for 50 weeks. I realize I'm not at video 50 yet, but you get the idea. And for example, again, the RTS Remaster series is now live for Patreon subscribers. It will not go live to the public until I finish editing Section 2. But Patreon sponsors all have Section 1 completed and part of Section 2. So bear that in mind if you want early access. And at upper tiers, people get instant access, or supporters get instant access to the private repositories for all completed and ongoing projects on YouTube. And at other tiers, so the Brainstem or higher, you will get access, at Brainstem, you get access to the projects once I've completed running them on YouTube. All right, that said, which is not the correct turn of phrase there, but what have you, people use the phrase begs the question incorrectly all the time. I will use that said incorrectly. And if people want to get gripey with me, well, they damn well better use begs the question correctly and the phrase moot point. By the way, just as a note, when people say begs the question, what they usually mean, and I've only ever heard that phrase used once correctly, is raises the question. Begs the question is circular logic. That's what it means. For example, you know, who wrote the Bible? God. How do you know? Well, God said he wrote the Bible. That's begging the question. That's actually the example I was given when I was a student. Yeah. And moot point actually has the exact opposite meaning of what people think it means originally. A moot is something as a discussion. It's a meeting. It's a law case. A moot point is a point to be discussed, to be raised. We use it as mute instead of moot. So when we think of it as mute, it's silent. It's something we shouldn't be discussing. It's actually moot, M-O-O-T. Even people who spell it correctly still use the wrong meaning. Now, we'll table this. There is cultural differences on that one, so meh. But that said, I look forward to seeing you in the next live stream and or the next tutorial, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.